Hello, I'm Johnny Squatch. My man knocked that out of the park. Come check this out.
Hello, I'm Johnny Curmudgeon. Early one morning while making the rounds, I took a shot of cocaine, then I laid back down. I kept doing coke until my face got red, then called a local hooker and she gave me head. Got up next morning and I grabbed my gun, took a couple selfies, then away I run. Made a good run till I run out of blow and passed out in my car in San Antonio. Then I was awakened in a Texas jail. They made me take a drug test, which I promptly failed. The sheriff and the judge, they said, this looks real bad. Then I said, fuck you assholes, I'm calling my dad. I said, yes, oh yes, my name is Hunter B. And you two dickheads best be nice to me. Once I get my pops involved, I'll have you know that both you fools will end up in Guantanamo. When they did release me, I was dressed in black. I left that jail and set about to score some crack. I scored some crack and hit the nudie bar. Knocked up a random stripper, then I stole her car. Early next morning, about 9:30, I spied the Secret Service coming down the line. The lead agent coughed and then he looked real sad. He said, come on, you sloppy loser, let's go see your dad. Into the Oval Office I was led. When father saw me, he commenced to shake his head. He said, son, I love you, but this has to stop. I already can't keep track how many grandkids I got. In about 5 minutes, in walked a man, holding some note cards in his right hand. He said, sir, the press want you to go explain what you and this damn crackhead did in the Ukraine. Daddy left and went outside with much ado, looking like the Reverend from Poltergeist 2. I figured I should do myself a little boom, but I left my stash outside the Situation Room. Come on, you gotta listen unto me. Lay off those strippers and let that cocaine be. These men have reception. Matlock, A369032, and Bad Shelter, A39879. They have reception.
Tell me that's not the most beautiful thing you've ever heard. That was Captain Curmudgeon with Hunter Biden's Cocaine Blues. Absolutely magnificent. And you know how much I love it. Let's get all this straightened out. Let's see. We're going to play with some of that. Ooh, I bet that's a copyright claim right there. Bam. All right, we got everybody. Ooh, that's not right. Hold up. Let's fix that first. Never did understand why things get moved around funny in between takes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chilling with Sasquatch, where the things go wrong just because they want to. Starvation. Your body goes through an amazing change when you begin to starve yourself. If you're a vegan, you understand what I'm talking about. Now, when you've gone a few days without eating, your body goes into this like super keto survival mode where it starts eating things inside itself. It dissolves the fat reserves and whatnot. Once they're gone, it goes after the fats in your brain. And this can cause a long-term debilitative condition. I'm not sure what the name of it is, but your brain will fixate on the acquisition of food long beyond the actual event of starvation. And I've got a couple of videos here. The first video is up already pinned. That will take you to the creator, but not the video. That's the channel. I want you to go watch something else. We're going to watch this tonight. So if you want to watch it, stick around. And I'm starting to wonder if my chat's working.
response when we become hungry. But what if the feeling of starvation lasted for a whole 6 months? In the 1940s, a group of healthy men underwent the ultimate hunger test as part of a study conducted at the University of Minnesota. Surprisingly, the most challenging aspect of the study was not the period of starvation, but the subsequent refeeding phase. Even more disturbing were the effects on their mental state. Throughout the ordeal, they became utterly fixated on food to the point where it consumed their every thought. Some even descended into insanity, and one volunteer even harmed himself because he could no longer bear it. All of this was done in the name of aiding the millions of people who unwillingly starved during the war. What exactly transpired during this harrowing experiment? In the midst of World War II, where people all over Europe were starving, the US military wanted to find the best way to refeed them. So, an experiment was conducted with the reason painted as they, the volunteers, starved so that others will be better fed. At the time, there was limited scientific knowledge about how to rehabilitate individuals who had suffered from severe malnutrition. And so, Ansel Keys and his colleagues proposed a bold human experiment, subjecting volunteers to semi starvation and then refeed them. For the study to push through, the first thing Keys needed were participants. But how do you get volunteers to participate in being hungry all the time? Surprisingly, the answer was as simple as sending out brochures with the thought provoking question: will you starve so that others may be better fed? This appeal resonated particularly with conscientious objectors, men who refused to take part in the war on the grounds of conscience. For them, it provided an alternative way to contribute without bearing arms. In the end, 36 able bodied men were chosen from a pool of conscientious objectors.
Right. Does anybody else see the problem with this picture? It looks like a glass of milk. Um, I have seen white bread with more diversity. Uh, oh my lord. I mean, given the time and everything, but dear monkey Jesus, that's a bit extreme. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
The study had 5 phases in total, each lasting 12 weeks. In the first phase, the 36 men underwent a 3 month period of normal eating. This phase served as the baseline to establish their normal physical and mental state. They were given the same diet but were suited according to their body requirements. At this phase, the staff measured every part of their body imaginable, such as weight, height, stomach size, eyesight, hand-eye coordination, bone density, and lung capacity. And samples were also taken, such as urine, stool, sperm, and bone marrow. Their usual mood and personality were taken note of as well. While the
Bone marrow samples are hardcore, man. They take like a 6 gauge needle and shove it into your pelvis, suck out a bunch of stuff. It's hardcore. It's probably one of the most painful outpatient occurrences you can have happen. What's up, Essendon Hennessy? Good to see you, bud.
The first 3 months were easily manageable. They were simply doing their normal routine anyway. But the same cannot be said for the following 6 months. On the 12th of February 1945, the phase of semi starvation began, marking the start of the experiment's true horrors. They were only given 2 meals a day out of 3 different menus. The meals they were given were cycled each day and start over again once they finish each cycle. The menus were designed to be monotonous and similar with the food found in Central European countries during famine, which consists of whole wheat, bread, potatoes, cereals, turnips, and cabbages, and a small amount of dairy and meat were also added. Approximately half of their caloric needs were cut off from their meals during the entirety of this period. The goal of this was to simulate famine, which was faced by the people during the war.
Okay. So one of the important features here is previous experiments like this had been done on smaller scales with, less people, less sample groups and whatnot. Uh, but in almost every case, they would stop feeding the people almost completely. They'd give them like some corn mush or some gruel or uh, just basically a non-survivable food stuff that would make them feel like they had eaten. And in this experiment, the primary difference that I've been able to see, rather than just the size and scope of the experiment, uh, is the way they went about simulating a famine environment. They didn't just cut off the food or give them far, far less nutritious food. They literally limited the amount of each type of food they got. They didn't stop them from eating stuff that they wanted to eat. They were still allowed to eat those things, but their portions were managed. So they went from, a 2,200 to 3,000 calorie diet down to a 1,200 calorie diet and then lower. And the amount of time that it took for this to take place is part of the experiment. That is the famine, the extreme famine, and then actual starvation conditions. Somebody's touching my heart over there, and it tickles my pickle.
But in this simulation, the participants were allowed to continue on with their usual routines. They maintained their regular jobs and activities as long as they did not interfere with the experiment. In the first few weeks, they still had a bit of energy to go along with their routine, but gradually, the simplest task became too much for them. Walking a flight of stairs became impossible without taking a break or two. Sitting straight became a pain, so they had to bring pillows everywhere they go to act as a cushion. And to add to their physical strain, they were also expected to walk approximately 22 miles and spend half an hour on a treadmill each week. It became too much for them that they would run to the point of collapse. All they wanted to do was lie down in the sun and wait for the 6 months to be over. One of the men, Jay Garner, said, "We would go into a restaurant and order just a
Snark,
cup of
welcome to the show.
coffee
Good
and
to see you,
sit
darling.
and watch other people eat. And it bothered us to see people come in, only eat half of their food, and just leave the other half." They tried to find ways to cope with their hunger, but it all revolved around the obsession of food. One volunteer took great interest in collecting cookbooks to drool over. Their obsession over food have also muted their desire for women, while some of the men continue to pursue romantic.
Oh, what's the worst torture? Is it what, looking at the cookbooks and knowing you won't have any, or is it the dreams of when you did? Because dreams can be so real. Can you imagine it? Ugh. Yeah, Snarky. Hey, Russell, welcome back, bud. Good to see you. Let's get your name up on the screen for us.
Relationships, in reality, none of them truly felt any interest in them. The ones who maintained their dating life was in reality competing with one another of who can date the longest. Sometimes they would go watch a movie, but comedic scenes were no longer funny and love scenes were boring. Can you guess which scene is the best for them? The
Lunch.
parts that involve people eating. When it was mealtime, each and every one of them had their own way of savoring their food. Some chose to eat it as quickly as they can and not have to think about it, whilst others chose to eat it as slow as possible, savoring each bite.
I read an account of a POW who, towards the later ends of the war, his rations had been stretched pretty thin, and he had a little bit to say about the different. Right, we all live through our dreams. You're not right. You're not wrong either. But what he would do, and he said it really seemed to annoy the other prisoners, is when they would get their food, some would immediately wolf it down, some would take it off to a corner to go sit and eat it at their leisure, and this guy would sit there with his carved knife and his fake fork and slowly eat like it was a regular meal and make his tiny ration last for the 14, 15, 20 minutes that he could. He would eat it really slow over the course of, a normal lunch period. And it seemed to really annoy the other prisoners. They did not like it, but it was his way of coming to terms with his hunger, coming to terms with his lack of control over the situation, was to have an absolutely ordinary lunch, which I think is interesting. What are you trying to tell me, Bing? Is Timmy stuck in the well? No? Then leave me alone. I'm doing a show. What's up, New York Outcast? Good to see you, bud. LBG, welcome to the show. Awesome. We're talking about starvation. We're going to go into survival on ostensibly an island is the idea. Survival alone, essentially. But in my mind, it's a tropical island, and we're all going to do a Swiss Family Robinson. Let's roll with it.
Bite. Remember how the food was designed to be monotonous? Well, the volunteers didn't really care whether or not it was monotonous. As long as it was food, everything tasted delicious. One of the volunteers even said, even the dirty crust of bread in the street looked appetizing, and we envied the fat pigeons pecking at them. About 2 months into the experiment is when the study started to get into their heads. Some of the men started to break down. They completely lost control over themselves. One man went to a grocery shop, but
yeah, Snark, I'm not really worried about you in a survival circumstance. If you've ever seen a coconut crab and look at it and go, ooh, yummy, you're fine. You go get you some mud bugs, you'll be just fine. No problem. You'll be fine. Yeah, no, I get that. There's a lot to be said for that. As I understand it, this study went into the later development of the MREs for Korea, Vietnam, and our modern MREs. This study is still harkened back to for data on this type of long-term starvation, because you could call it a hunger test or trials or whatever you want to call it. These men were starved. It permanently altered their brain chemistry and structure.
Didn't buy anything. He shoplifted. What the man took were potatoes, carrots, and onions, root vegetables that were the basis of their diet, and stuffed himself. Another man, coming back from his 22 miles walk downtown, stopped by an ice cream shop to order a dish of ice cream. Once he started...
Check it out. So there's 22 miles. This is going to be repeated several times through the video, but it was only explained once that this is 22 miles over a week. I would assume 7 days. Could have been a 5-day work week or whatever, but I assume it's 22 miles over 7 days. Plus, whenever they would go in for their testing at first weekly, later it was like, I think they started staying at the university to be observed. And they would have to do 10 minutes or 5 minutes on the treadmill every day, but they were also supposed to continue doing their 22 miles, but most of them did not continue doing it up to a point. And I have got this one whisker that is poking out into my view, and it is driving me absolutely batty. And I got to get rid of it because it's like a freaking curb feeler over there.
Eating, he couldn't stop himself. So he ordered some more on his way to the lab over and over again, until he reached the lab to report that he had failed to maintain his diet. What these men were experiencing were...
These were conscientious objectors who chose one of the very few legitimate legal paths out of conscription, out of the draft, was to participate in one of these university studies. And there were a bunch of them. I don't think there were enough studies to cover all of the conscientious objectors, but a lot of them did, quote unquote, dodge the draft by participating in these studies, or rather not dodge, if you get what I'm saying. They did a thing, but not the thing. I believe they did get paid for this, but as you can see, they were more or less honest about it all the way up to a point. The thing is the very second they run the blood work on you, they will know whether you've eaten something that they didn't give you or not. So when homie stopped and got him some cotton candy and a Skittles or whatever it was, he knew he was busted. So he stopped at every single shop and got another Snickers, another candy bar, another thing. So, and then came clean, was like, I couldn't do it, which means he probably either got paid up to that point or didn't get paid for the experiment.
The decline to reason rationally, and thus the men were either removed from the experiment or dropped from the final results for cheating, for not losing weight according to plan. Ever since then, the staff wouldn't let the volunteers walk on their own. They either had to walk with a partner or a staff member to keep each other accountable from losing control. Now, before we enter the most disturbing phase of the experiment, let's lighten up the mood a little bit, because I have a very exciting news to share with you guys. This video you're watching right now is sponsored, marking our channel's very first brand deal with Surfshark VPN. With sponsors like this, not only can I continue.
I told my sister about the Grease situation that you had asked if anybody knew the words to Grease, and I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen it in 30 years. I guarantee you I could probably break down most of the dances and songs right now. But I would very much prefer to watch through it a few times. So when you decide to start setting up for all of that, I will set up an off night StreamYard lobby with Grease playing endlessly until the show's done, so that anybody that wants to, that you give the link to, can hop in and watch it. Unless I'm live, of course, I'll have to shut it down for those. But that's the idea, is to make it available so that the participants will have access to the full script in its actual performance factor. You know, words, English, hard.
To produce high quality videos for you guys, but I also get to earn my bread by doing what I love, which is a win-win for all of us. Also, the thing about me, if you haven't noticed yet from watching my videos, is that I love watching movies. And a part of my job as a content creator is that I need inspiration. And one of my sources to get inspiration from is by watching movies and shows. And if you don't know yet, the library of movies and shows you watch on Netflix.
But whether you're into musicals or not, you have to recognize the groundbreaking influence that Grease had on all film. From that day forward, the pan and scan was a regular event. There were a dozen different techniques that were developed during the filming of Grease to make it be what it was. Like the way they went about using camera booms and whatnot was a little different from how it had been done before. Previously, there was this huge mechanism that was set up to do it. If I remember right, there was one scene that was literally filmed after they bolted the camera to the top of the truck. You know, just not using all of the super ritzy, expensive methods, but doing it backyard style, so to speak. And it became a regular practice in filmmaking in the future. I'm sorry. I like Grease. I'm not a huge fan of musicals myself, but even I was forced to watch it every single time my sister had a hankering. And she had a whole bunch of cheerleader buddies who all loved to watch Grease. So chances are I could do 1 and 2 back to back and probably pull it down fairly well. And that's just from it being drummed into my psychology.
How much it's gonna cost you, especially since you're already paying for various streaming apps. Well, Surfshark has agreed to make a generous deal with me where you get to use their service for 3 months free of charge. There's really no reason not to sign up, because by using their service, you're also protecting your...
Something about a cab driver doing something crazy. What did we do? Oh yeah, no. Wait, shootout? Hold on. There's a shootout in Greece?
Sensitive transactions.
I was unaware that there was a shootout in Greece. Not Heat. I think Heat, they sawed a hole in the floor to film the last shootout so you could see the shells falling on the camera. I think they got sued for it too. Greece is John Travolta and
plus 83% off after
Nope. Grease is John Travolta and that super hot chick. What was you know,
9th, 1940.
oh God, was it Olivia Newton-John? Is that who it was? Pretty sure it was Olivia Newton-John. But oh Sandy. Yeah, I might embarrass myself a little bit, but I'm down to clown. It's all right.
45. As the starvation phase was coming to an end, the men's anticipation grew as they couldn't wait to eat normally again, because what comes after the starvation phase is the 3-month rehabilitation phase. To their surprise, however, their suffering intensified even further during this period. It ended up being psychologically the hardest phase for most of the men. The participants were put on a very limited increase in calories, which was excruciatingly disappointing for them. Rather than gaining weight at the beginning of the phase, they continued to lose weight as they
And I'll go one further. If it turns out that I'm not as up to date on the verses that I think I am, and I might not be, it's been a long time since I watched Grease. I'm willing to sit down and suffer through it until I get it down. But that is a lot of lines. That's a lot of lines. Travolta has a whole boatload of lines in there. Like, it's a bunch. Yeah, no, it's fixing to crash on me. I can tell. It's doing that thing. I give it like another 10, 15 minutes and it's going to boot me right out of here. There's nothing else running. There is nothing I can shut down to make it run better.
their bodies slowly recovered and replenished with healthy tissue. This led to feelings of despair and confusion, to the extent that one volunteer could not explain his actions even after 50 years. One such incident involved Sam Legg and his fellow participant who were visiting friends for dinner during
the
their
show,
rehab
bud. Good to
phase.
see you.
Carrying their own pre-measured food from the lab, they sat beside a fireplace on a late summer evening. As the fire started to die down, Sam suddenly stood up, claiming he knew where the wood pile was and that there was an axe outside. He said he needed to split some wood to add to the fire. Being just the 3rd week of rehabilitation, Sam Legg weighed only about 113 pounds.
100. That is a 6'1" man at 113 pounds. That man is what is it, like 17 pounds of skeleton? So we're talking 94 pounds of meat, intestines, brain material, eyeballs, teeth, and other non-essentials, sundries.
And could hardly lift the axe.
All right, so during World War II, the Allied got a little bit of wind of the situation going on in the concentration camps and whatnot. And they knew they were going to have to feed several million people and do it in a way that didn't kill everybody. And they were aware that extreme starvation causes really serious problems with trying to revitalize individuals through nutrition is apparently more difficult than starving them. And so they performed a long-term study where they starved 100, I think it was 137 men or something like that. I think it was originally 137. I think only 50 something made it through. But some of these guys went from a couple of 100 pounds all the way down to like him, 113 pounds. And they were trying to reintroduce food back into their diet. And in the process of doing so, these things started happening.
And then, for whatever reason, he brought down the axe to his left hand, chopping away 3 of his fingers. I admit to being crazy mixed up at the time, Lex says many years later.
It was a way to get out
The scientists referred to this as a severe case of semi-starvation neurosis. Immediately, he was sent to the hospital to get stitched up, and he remembered vividly the horror on the young hospital staff's face as she thought he ate them, but in reality, he buried them in a backyard in Minneapolis. Reports from the experiment noted that Black was desperate to end the ordeal, but at the same time,
Wait. Was he in Minneapolis when he cut the fingers off? I don't believe it said where he was at. So how did he get the fingers from wherever he was through the hospital and to bury them in Minneapolis? So you reckon he ate them? Yeah, guy was hungry. He ate them.
was also despondent about the prospect of the study not succeeding. With his stitched up hand, Sam Lack went back to the lab and finished the experiment. And now we reach the final part. The man.
All right, I got to give him a 5x5 for actual big dick energy on that one. I mean, once you've lost your mind and cut off part of your hand, unless it was an accident and he didn't want to admit it. Nah, he chopped them off and ate them, didn't he? That's what I think.
Were finally allowed to eat whatever they wanted. They binged on food so heavily that they got sick. This phenomenon was similar to what was observed in survivors of the concentration camps. Although it was the end after 3 months of rehab, the man gained weight so slowly that they were still underweight by the end of it.
General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations.
The war came to an end unexpectedly early. The whole point of the experiment is to serve the millions who became victims of the war. The announcement of Japan's surrender interrupted the men while they were eating. The food was the important thing. We did not care whether the war was over or not, as long as we got our food. Germany surrendered in May.
Well, as an observation there, you didn't care whether the war had started or not either. So, you know, I'm not sure that the war ending would have ranked high anyway.
And Japan in August, months away from the deadline of the experiment. The US military was desperate for answers from Dr. Keyes, and he could only give tentative answers about what he knows in the study so far. In the end, the battle against post-war world hunger was largely fought without the findings of the Minnesota starvation experiment. This story seems to have no shortage of twists, as even at the end of the experiment, since the test subjects were conscientious objectors, the US government never paid them. And since they were not soldiers, they did not qualify for veterans' benefits as well.
Right.
These men have fought their own battlefield. In their own way, they served their country and sacrificed themselves while doing so. In their own way, these men were scarred in a war they fought, and undeniably, their contributions should not be left unheard. The impact of the study only came years later because it took another 5 years until the study was finally published. Because of its rich detail and how unique it is, the research has become a classic. In summary, the experiment revealed that starving individuals require a substantial intake of raw calories, up to 4,000 per day. Now, ask yourself, were the insights collected from the experiment worth the extreme psychological distress endured by the participants? And if given the chance, would you do the same?
Absolutely not. So that's my question for you right now in the chat. If you would be willing to go through one of if you'd be willing to go through one of these experiments to avoid going directly into a war zone, put one in the chat. If you would rather be drafted and go to war, put a 2. All right. So this next video dovetails into the last video ancillarily. The way this goes is if you are stuck on a deserted island somewhere, and I think Russell Sperry had the best answer so far for this, whether or not you could survive on a tropical island. It depends on the island and a little bit on luck, because you could be stuck on a paradise, and if you don't find the water, you will die. If you don't find the food, you will die. If you are unlucky and end up on a place where the water or the food is difficult to get to, you will probably die of infection attempting to get it or injury in the process. So We are assuming that water is available on this island and some sort of foodstuffs are available, provided you're clever enough to get them. Personally, I'm picturing myself in one of those Swiss Family Robinson village builds, just like Minecraft, baby. You just give me a few days, I'll have hot and cold running women around that place.
A cursory search online will tell you surviving on a desert island is pretty simple.
Nope.
Eat fish and drink coconut water.
Absolutely not.
This will work for a few days, a couple of weeks, maybe
hold
even
on,
a month.
let me do this right. I screwed the pooch on that one. Pause, damn it. All right. So this is from the creator Horses. I've actually come to this channel a couple of times looking for topics. And this really trips me out. When I go to look for something I'm wanting to do informational show on, and I go digging in, I come up on Horses quite a bit. Quite commonly, they've covered some of the not a serious person. All right, I got it. I come up on Horses quite a bit when I'm doing researches on shows, and sometimes I'll just watch the videos they provide and bring that information in. But this is how to actually survive on a desert island. Now, this is a 47-minute video. This is a big old chunk of video. I'm going to watch a little bit of it here and let him cover some of the basics. And then I'm going to put it to chat whether we want to watch through the rest of it or go to the next bit, right? As usual in the second half, I'm going to be throwing the link in and letting folks come up if they want to. Previous guest preferred. All right, informational purposes. Don't go being entertained by this. If you're entertained by this, you have to turn it off and leave immediately.
This will work
because this is only for educational purposes.
But after that, you can expect to die a creeping, painful death from nutrient deficiency. So this video will teach you how to survive, not for a day, not for a week, and not for a month, but indefinitely, as long as possible. And surviving on a desert island isn't easy, but I think you will be surprised by just how doable it is. Before I get into all that, though, there's one thing we should talk about first. Sources. On the very outside chance that you ever need to use this information, would be an absolute life or death situation. So it's important that you, the viewer, feels a sense of trust in what is being presented. The primary source used for this video is the SAS Survival Handbook.
By the way, the SAS Survival Handbook is one of the greatest bits of literature ever put together for the survival of the man in the wilderness, and it's virtually anywhere on Earth. If you can absorb the information held within, you can apply it to anywhere from desert survival all the way through to literally floating around in the ocean on a raft. I don't have a copy of it anymore, but I used to. I don't know what happened to it. It just walked away one day, which that's kind of expected to an extent because it's very intriguing book.
Among the survivalist community, this book is basically the gold standard. It can teach you how to survive anything from jungle voyages to airplane disasters, all the way to car crashes and a whole lot more. It's a book that could, in a myriad of situations, save your life. The book was written by John Lofty Wiseman. He is an impressive person, to say the least. At the age of 18, Lofty became the youngest person ever to pass the selection exam for the British SAS, or Special Air Service. He served in this elite and very confidential Special Forces unit for 26 years. The SAS has a huge remit of responsibilities, including counterterrorism, hostage recovery, and covert reconnaissance. Basically, the SAS is very akin to the American Special Forces unit, the Navy SEALs. In the interest of transparency, I should say that despite its clever title, the SAS Survival Handbook is not an official SAS document, but it is assembled from,
like I said, it assumes there is water accessible and is food, but you have to be clever enough to get it.
One of the fatal flaws.
In theory, yeah, Danny, you're right. That is the guy who trained Rambo.
Desert island could look
essentially
like this,
you're not wrong.
Obviously, each of these environments will require a hugely different approach as far as survival goes. So we're kind of just forced to pick one and make a video about it. We need to define our desert island.
So,
So in this
not
video, we're going
responding
with
to
the
that,
classic tropical desert island. It is the desert island that everyone pictures in their head, the one that comes up when you search desert island. These islands are found in the South Pacific or the Caribbean, and either location will have a tropical rainforest climate. This means it will be very hot, humid, and wet.
That's not entirely
Expect
accurate.
temperature.
They will have a tropical climate, not necessarily a rainforest climate. It doesn't necessarily rain that much in certain areas of the Caribbean. The further out you get into the Atlantic, the less likely it is for it to be actual falling rain and just driven rain in the air. It doesn't actually come down to sea level in a lot of cases. But yeah, in general, tropical rainforest environment, sure, but limited. It doesn't rain as often as it does in a rainforest, like 7 times a day or whatever.
Temperatures of 70 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Places with this climate have about 2.4 inches of rain per month year round. There is no dry season. Our island will also be small enough that you could cover most of it on foot in a reasonable amount of time. Think hours or days, not weeks. It will have sandy beaches and again a lush interior forest, as most of these islands do.
Right.
Now, depending on how you got
As far
to the
as
island,
unexpected
you could have
injuries
any
are
number of
concerned,
items
they
to
would
help
be
you
as they
survive.
would. I
If you
mean,
had crash landed,
you'd
in a
have to
plane
judge how
or a
careful you
shipwreck,
are. I
you
would
could
be
use the
very,
fragments
very
of these
careful.
vessels to your advantage. You could build a shelter from the wreckage. Many of these boats or planes have survival packs on board, or even radios that could be engineered to function. But you will have none of these things. Instead, we will assume that you just woke up on the island with nothing but the clothes on your back and the shoes on your feet. The ocean is also, unfortunately, full of trash. It is likely that some of these items could be found and used to help you survive. However, I will not give you advice based entirely on the hope that you find a plastic bag, a bottle, or any other item. There is a significant chance that you could find these, but a video covering every trash-based contingency would be
I think
infinitely
everybody
long.
watched that one.
Further, survival
That home
advice that
dentistry
requires
moment was
fate
serious,
bestowing
though.
you with some crucial implement is pretty much useless if you are not so lucky. So, you've got nothing. You also have no idea where the nearest mainland is, what direction it's in, or if any shipping routes are nearby. Broadly speaking, you will have no reason to believe rescue is imminent, likely, or even really possible. We want to create a worst-case scenario.
I tell you,
for
man,
this
the
survival.
very second I found that
Now,
damn
with all of that out of the way,
those ice skates, I would have said out loud, "I'm gonna live." I just got me a modern tool. Like I have an actual blade, actual knife made of steel. We got a chance, baby.
situation. This one very much included. First, the mental game. It would be incredibly easy to collapse on the white sand and just become overwhelmed with despair. But with this kind of attitude, your situation is only going to worsen. To survive on this island, you need to have self-belief. You then need to harness that self-belief into positive actions that will ensure your survival. Positive action is the only way you will survive. So remain calm. Think logically, not emotionally. Mental distress.
No. You spend a good 30 minutes at the very beginning with the intent of completely freaking out and doing it over the top and too much. Just go ahead and freak out as hard as you can for about 30 minutes. You worry on everything that could possibly have gone wrong, everything that you could possibly do wrong, and everything that could maybe kill you. And you do it really hard and really intensely so that you kind of run out of energy to be worried about shit. Then calm down. Think about some stuff. Take some steps to survive, to save yourself. Start collecting an inventory, even if it's just a bunch of feckin' rocks. You go around and figure out what kind of rocks you got. Do you have flint? Do you have glass on the beach? Do you have certain shells can be used for fish hooks and stuff if you break them right? And these kinds of things are all in the SAS book over there. And although I'm unfamiliar with the species, I do recognize what it looks like when I see it on the beach.
It does use up calories, and you need to save calories. Panicking also can negatively affect the decision-making process. Just remaining calm and being prepared puts you on the right track. Because the fact is, a healthy, well-nourished
Well,
adult body can go.
I mean, it's a beautiful island, and that place was absolutely glorious. He had him a little cave, he had him a little stream, he had him some little traps to take care of himself. And if you had an Amazon delivery driver willing to drop shit out there, and maybe a Grubhub nearby, it might be worth moving there. But without those things, it's not even considered civilization. So I don't know.
In the first place, and it is equally important to rest while you are doing them. Do not overexert yourself. Take breaks often. Perhaps above all else, you should do everything in your power.
He's not
to
wrong,
avoid
folks.
injury.
Danny
An
might have it.
untreated or unbandaged laceration could get infected, meaning a slow and painful death. Broken limb would make it virtually impossible to get the items you need to survive. Ignoring even a single sore or blister could spell disaster down the line. Assess the danger of every move you take. Always keep an eye out for venomous insects and reptiles. There are plenty in jungled environments. When walking in the ocean, shuffle your
lens.
feet to avoid sea urchins and stingrays. If you need to climb to gain access to resources, be absolutely certain there are none more readily available. Because there very well could be. Surprisingly, a desert island is a resource-rich environment.
My YouTube's
Coastlines
broken,
are
Izzy. I'm
teeming with
sorry.
food
It's not
sources.
doing the
Coconut
emoji
trees,
things
fish,
right.
seals, seaweeds, mollusks,
Did that
and
one
more
right.
offer pretty much
I guess you're
immediate
special.
nourishment. With that said, however,
Welcome
you
in,
will
Izzy.
want to
Good to see
stay
you.
away from the beach unless you absolutely need to be there. The beach is full of sandflies, which carry diseases and bite.
A boat.
Without the protection of a jungle canopy, the
Give
sun
me a
is also
canoe,
at its
bud.
hottest and brightest on
I'll
the
circle the
beach.
world in a canoe,
Sun
man.
poisoning can
Just
cause
take some
symptoms like
time.
lesions, open blisters, fever, headache,
You don't see
nausea,
Izzy?
vomiting,
That's an
and
Izzy
more.
right there. I see it.
These symptoms also
Right
cause
there.
dehydration,
Dang it.
which is the last thing you need. So really, you want to avoid the
You're
sun
gonna have to
as
do
much
your
as
live
possible.
chat thing.
The storm could also cause serious tidal
Amateur.
changes to the coastline. You don't want to build shelter somewhere that can just get washed away. Instead, head towards the tree line. There you'll have some immediate respite from the sun, and you can begin the search for your most valued resource.
Coconut crabs. Oh, water. Right. Yeah. Thin
You
coconut
survive for about
crabs.
3 days without water, less in very hot conditions. From processing waste to tiny nerve impulses, your body relies on water for everything.
Okay.
Indeed,
You go with the satellite phone. First of all, who do you call and how do they find you? Are you assuming that it has all the GPS and stuff with it? You just hit the emergency button, they'll come get you. I mean, I could see that, but I don't know, man. I think the premise is to go there with some minimalist concept. And how could you do with the crap you have in your pocket plus one item you can fit in your pocket? How about that? Which a satellite phone would fit in your pocket, but man, fuck you. I'm so tired of this. You're ruining everything, dude.
should take to limit your body's water loss. Avoid overexertion. Do not smoke. Do not drink alcohol. Avoid the sun and keep as cool as possible. Do not lie on hot ground. Don't eat or eat as little as fall from the tree and are full of
All right.
coconut milk, which is
Coconut
about
milk.
half
Let's
water.
talk about that.
You'll need to find a rock to remove the outer husk of the coconut. Inside the husk, you will find the nut of the coconut. To
Right.
extract the coconut milk, pierce one of the darkened eyes of the coconut. This will
With
be a great source
something.
of hydration during your time on the island.
okay, on
Large
that
coconut can hold almost
point, on most of these tropical islands, not so much in the Atlantic, but almost all of the South Pacific islands, will have these large shells on the beach that you can find that are like yay long. And coincidentally, these things are exactly the right size and shape to poke into one of those coconut eyes.
almost a quart
Don't ask
of
me how I
coconut
know.
milk. Do not drink from very young or very old coconuts. These will give you diarrhea, which dehydrates your body. Further, you should try to avoid relying solely on coconut milk as your source of water. It is a diuretic, so it makes you poop, which means you lose more fluid. Over time, you could lose more than you're getting from the coconut.
I would
You
go
need
with
to
the
climb
lens.
a palm to get the coconut.
I would want
First off,
I would want like a decent camera lens or a decent magnifying glass or something like that. Provided there is water and some form of food source, the most difficult component in a rainforest environment is going to be fire. Where I grew up in the swamp is considered a cloud forest, an eastern cloud forest. And keeping a fire going is difficult, but when it rains, it can be impossible. And so the ability to not have to maintain fire 24/7 and to be able to start a fire anytime the sun comes out is huge. That is huge. If you just know where and how to go about getting dry tinder in a wet forest. Now, cloud forests are a little more difficult because the humidity here is like 99% all the time.
Try not to. This should be avoided at almost all costs, so be very careful. Only do this if it is an absolute last resort and there is no other water on the island. A fall could mean a broken leg, or two, which would be a huge and probably fatal problem.
By the way, I love the effects he went with. The
coconut
visual
palms like a
effects
rope.
are
You want to use your
fantastic. I know they're all
feet to
8
shimmy
bit,
up the trunk.
but
not your
God, I
hands
love
and
it.
arms.
It's very nostalgic for
Tie
me.
your
I used
shirt
to
around
make
your
things
ankles
like this
as
in
a
high
brace.
school.
This will help you put all your weight on your feet as you climb without slipping around the trunk. Shimmy up the tree doing all of the work with your feet. This is not easy and it will take a lot of practice. So go very slow until you are confident you can absolutely, positively climb the tree without falling. You can also tap coconut palms for a drinkable sap. Simply break off one of the harvesting branches and you'll get a slow stream of sweet sap for about 12 hours. After that, cut the stalk further and the sap will start flowing again. It is possible, although unlikely, that you'll find a sitting pool of water in the island's interior. Look carefully for signs of contamination around the water, like animal carcasses or unhealthy vegetation. If you see any of these, do not drink the water. But if it looks safe, boil the water prior to drinking. You can also look for cup-shaped plants that act as natural water collectors. Find leaves that are shaped like this or this to find small reservoirs of water. Find one of these, a traveler's palm, you're in luck. Each one can hold up to 2 liters of water at the base of its stalks. Unless you have distilled your urine, do not drink it. The same goes for seawater. And in this scenario,
But you can pour it on your wife
not
if
a
you want to.
realistic.
I mean,
It requires
he's
a lot of materials.
willing.
And remember, you don't have it. Distillation is done with fire as well and requires huge amounts of constant fuel for the fire, only to create a pretty small amount of water. Realistically, you have numerous better ways to
no,
find
a
water.
sapsucker is a type
Indeed,
of bird.
there are clearly a lot of
I don't remember exactly what type of bird, but it's a sapsucker. I've seen the pictures.
sources. So the best idea would be to mix any of the above options and strictly ration your water.
Yes.
So whether you're drinking coconuts, collecting rain, or all of the above, you're set on water. That's a big deal. But
Yeah,
now
you're doing
it's time
good.
to find some
See?
source of
Good
food.
job. Good
And
job,
just
little
like
buddy.
Water, plenty of options. But
All right,
first
Izzy,
you'll
good
have
night,
to
baby.
understand
Don't
what
let
your
the man
body
get you
needs
down.
to survive, because not all food is equal.
Curl up in
A
a
healthy
corner
body
and stare
can
out the
survive for a
window.
while just by using stored energy in the tissues, about 3 weeks before you start to die of starvation. But after a while, it will be increasingly difficult to keep warm, recover after hard work, expend any effort,
Right.
or fight off disease. Further, a good meal is an excellent morale booster. In a survival situation, morale is tremendously important.
Okay. Yeah,
If
I
you are
got you.
otherwise taken care of, it is worth spending the extra effort to make a meal that tastes good and is
Sure,
well
sure.
cooked. Now, every body is going to be different, but in a purely restful state, the average person requires 70 calories per hour to maintain a basic metabolism. This
So I'm going to break it down all in one line. Look for the bare necessities, those simple bare necessities. Forget about your worry and your strife. Oh man, I said the bare necessities. That's why a bear can rest at ease with just the bare necessities of life.
quote basic metabolism covers only the involuntary activities that our bodies perform. breathing, heart beating, blood
That was probably a
circulation,
copyright
etc.
claim. Might get blocked in a minute.
However, the most basic tasks like walking, standing up, and just moving require an additional 45 calories per hour. This brings us to a total of about 2,040 calories per day without any major physical activity. Of course, depending on your body, there will be give or take with that number.
Hey, you tell
Your desert
Moggs I
island,
said,
you will
oh.
probably be doing a lot of physical activity. The warm weather and hot sun will also use up additional calories. Your daily caloric needs could reach up to 3,000 or higher. Any mental effort or distress will also use up calories. Combine this with the fact that most of what you'll probably be eating, seafood, is pretty low calorie, and you've got a bit of a problem on your hands. So you'll need to eat a lot of food, especially at the beginning as you're traveling the island and looking for resources. Trapped.
Now, the upside to this is just about every single island capable of supporting a pig has both pigs and goats on it. I used to know the guy's name. Robinson Crusoe is based off of an actual sailor who actually survived now on goats. Now, he does have a step up from most people in that his father was a goat herd and a goat tanner. And so he had experience with goats before he ever went to the sea. In fact, he went to sea to get away from his father's goat farm and ended up stranded on an island with only goats. I think he managed to kill one pig in that time, but he never figured out where it came from or why it was there because he never saw other pigs, which is really weird if you think about it. Also, I can prove maybe I'll save that one for another day. Basically, Robinson Crusoe wasn't alone on the island, and I think I can prove it with what's written in the book.
Applied by the fish you are eating. Fish are really good for you, but your diet must be comprised of a wide range of nutrients and food types to keep your body going. These nutrients include proteins, carbohydrates, fats, minerals, and other trace elements and vitamins. Carbs make up the bulk of your diet as a human. They are your main source of energy for both physical effort and your body's important internal functions. Carbohydrates are naturally synthesized by and found in plants. Carbs are easily converted into energy, and it does not require a lot of water intake to do so. Carbs prevent your body from going into ketosis. Ketosis is...
So in this point, if you're in the South Pacific, and this is one of the ways you can generally identify where you're at. If you don't know, let's say you got knocked out flying on an overnight flight and they took you hostage and threw you out in a unknown location, and you literally have no idea where you could possibly be in the world, you can look around at the plants that are around you. If you run across a bunch of elephant ear type plants, it's probably the South Pacific. If you run across a bunch of one specific type, like you look at the palm trees and they're all just the same type of palm tree, like everywhere, you're probably in the Atlantic.
Diet, which strives to keep your body in a state of ketosis. With this diet, you lose weight very quickly because it essentially triggers a starvation response. For our purposes, there are two types of carbohydrates, sugars and starches. Sugars are found in sugar, syrup, honey, treacle, and fruits. Starches are found in cereals, roots, and vegetables. Most of these items can probably be found on your island.
Oh, we're definitely getting
Fats
some
are
honey,
a highly
baby.
concentrated source of energy.
Honey's high
Your
on my
body
list of
requires
things to
significant
get.
amounts
Yes,
of
sir.
water intake to absorb them. It's a lot of work. The more fat you eat, the more water you need to drink. Fats are important because they heat and insulate the body, protect organs, and build your energy reserve. Fats are found in animals, fish, eggs, milk, nuts, even some vegetables. Proteins are the building blocks for living matter. They are the only nutrient containing nitrogen, and they are essential for your body's growth, recovery, and repair. If carbs and fats are missing from your diet, your body will eat away at its protein for energy. When this happens, you are starving. Sources of protein include meat, fish, eggs, dairy, nuts, some grains, and insects. The human body also requires many different minerals to function, most of which can be found in plant sources. These minerals enable vital body function, so it's critical that you eat plant life while stranded on your island. There are about a dozen vitamins that are also required by human beings. Vitamins D and K can be synthesized by the body, but the rest need to be ingested from external sources. Your body has roughly a 28-day supply of vitamins at all times. Vitamin C is the first that will need to be replenished. It is found in citrus fruits, leafy greens, roots, herbs, and other plants. Without vitamin C, you will get scurvy. Symptoms of scurvy include fatigue, inflammation of the gums, red or purple spotting on the skin, joint pain, and poor wound healing. It may be hard to find vitamin C on your island, so try to eat as many different fruits as you can. Your body's vitamin A will also be exhausted pretty quickly. Without vitamin A, your eyes will begin to lose function. Leafy greens and fish oils are rich in vitamin A, both of which will be prevalent on your island. By consuming a varied diet of animal proteins, plants, and fruits, you can pretty easily get most of the vitamins that your body is going to need.
Seafood.
The most obvious food source
Shrimp and
must
grits,
be
baby.
seafood. All around you, the shore will be teeming with a huge variety of species that you can catch and eat for a tasty dinner. But you'll need to know which ones you should eat,
Go
which
ahead,
ones
bud.
you shouldn't, and how to catch them. There are many species of coastal worms and small mollusks that bury right below the sand at the seashore. To find these, wait until the tide recedes. Then look along the sand for small holes that indicate a buried creature. Dig where these holes are, and boom, there's dinner. Similarly, look near rock formations for mussels and oysters. These can be bashed or pried open with a stone. A mussel should close tightly when tapped, or it is dead. Do not eat dead mussels. In this tropical climate, mussels can also be very poisonous during the summer months, so avoid them if you're stranded in the summer. Mussels and oysters will be tightly attached to the rocks, so use a small stone to pry them off. They are very easy to pry off without the use of an implement, probably dead, and again should not be eaten. Keep an eye out for auger or turrid shells. The animals in these can sting. They will not kill you, but they do hurt. You'll need to cook all of these food sources, and to do that, you'll need fire, which we'll talk about in a bit. The vast majority of fish are safe to eat. To be safe, avoid any fish that looks like it has spines or barbs. These are very common in shallow waters. They often hide in the sand and are so well camouflaged that they can be virtually undetectable. So when wading through the water, use a stick to clear the area immediately in front of your feet. Recognize and avoid the stonefish. This is the most venomous fish in the world and can be very well camouflaged in the sand. They're
And
virtually
can
indistinguishable from coral.
put a hole clean
Unfortunately,
through
they
your
are also
boot.
native to tropical islands in the South Pacific, just like the one you're stranded on. Zebrafish are also very poisonous if eaten, but at 2.5 centimeters long, you should really be looking towards larger species for sustenance.
I did not know
Octopuses are also a
zebrafish
good
were
source of
poisonous.
food. They are large and nutritious, though their meat
We might have a
can
new
be a
show.
bit tough and will need to be cooked for several hours. If you see a hole in the ground or a crevasse in a rock formation that is surrounded by empty shells, there's probably an octopus living inside of it. These can be caught with a spear or a baited hook. Any octopus is going to have a beaked mouth. Some of these can give venomous bites, so it's important to avoid it while the octopus is alive. Watch out for the Australian blue-ringed octopus. It is the most deadly octopus alive. If it bites you, you will die, and the species is frequently found in shallow water and tide pools. Avoid fishing as the tide is rising. You will be constantly retreating and getting your shoes wet. Saltwater rots boots and fabric. Of course, to do any fishing, you'll need some implements, and we'll discuss those later in this video. Echinoderms are a family of animals including starfish, sea cucumbers, and sea urchins. Starfish are basically useless food-wise. Sea cucumbers and sea urchins are good food sources, though. They require very little energy to harvest and provide a reasonable amount of nutrition. Sea cucumbers wiggle along the sand bed or sometimes hide out near rocks and reefs. They basically look like cucumbers. These should be boiled or cooked for 5 to 10 minutes before eating, depending on the size of the specimen. Sea urchins look like prickly balls that cling onto rocks. Being careful to avoid the spines, split open the urchin and eat the golden yellow eggs on the inside. These can be eaten raw or boiled. The spines of the urchin should be moving when it is harvested. Do not eat any urchins that are perfectly still or smell rotten when opened. Crabs, shrimp, crayfish, prawns, and even lobsters are known to hang out in tidal zones near coastlines.
I tell you,
However, you will need a net or a trap.
my dumb ass been went out there and caught some shit, drug it up to the damn shore, cleaned it, cooked it, then sat down with a leaf tucked under my necklace and a leaf over my car, a piece of bark from a plate, and be like, all right, gargoyle, serve me up. And then start serving myself and then sit back down and talk to me as if I'm because you got to keep your brain moving, man. Oh no.
To have any hope of catching these fast-moving creatures. If you can make a net or a trap and you're able to catch them, crustaceans should be eaten as quickly as possible and boiled or roasted for 15 minutes. They often have parasites that can be hazardous to humans, and cooking will kill these. Crabs also have lungs that are poisonous if ingested by humans. These are located just under the shell on either side of the body. If you are lucky enough to be visited by sea turtles, they are a great source of food. Though this type of
Turtle
meat
soup.
spoils quickly, if you do catch and kill a sea turtle, eat what you can and quickly dispose of the rest. Do not want rotting flesh near your shelter. Sea turtle eggs are also a great source of nutrition if you find any. You can catch seabirds much in the same way you would fish. Bait a hook and place it on a rock.
So I'll tell you another one. Not only can you catch birds with a fishing pole, I've seen it done. You can also catch bats on a lure. And I'm not even joking. I've seen a man snatch a bat out of the air with a fishing lure, just like he was fly fishing, except he never touched the ground with it. Hooked the bat, pulled him in, showed him to all the kids, turned him loose. But you can catch birds the same way under the right circumstances. It has to be the right type of bird. They have to be interested in the lure, but I wouldn't try to rely on a method like that. I personally would like to find me a couple of bits of string, some hooks, and a couple of bottles, because then you can make a floating duck trap and catch anything on the ocean. Hey, yeah, rope a sea turtle and then weave your back hair into a girdle to drive both of them so you could sail off into the sunset like Captain Jack Sparrow. I could see you doing that, dude. You're about furry enough.
Or anywhere near a place you see birds frequent. When a bird eats the bait, yank on the line to plant the hook in the bird's mouth or throat. For more passive fishing, you can tie the opposite end of the line to a large rock. As the bird tries to take off, the weight from the rock may lodge the hook in the bird. Also keep an eye out for ground nesting birds. They will provide a good, easy source of eggs. Do not risk climbing to retrieve any bird's eggs. Plants are where you will get essential vitamins, minerals, and carbs. Do not skip plants in your diet. You will die. There are thousands of plant species that could be found on your
All right,
desert
we'll
island, depending on
die
exactly
without
where
plants.
it is.
Gotcha.
So it's
What's
impossible
next,
for this
bud?
video to cover them all. There is, though, a standard procedure that you can
Welcome in,
use for testing
Shasta Valley
if it's edible.
Outdoorsman. I'm sorry, I was
Do not take do not skip any parts of this
distracted.
procedure. It is suggested that you prioritize plants last in your diet because this method of testing requires long periods of time without eating anything else. First, inspect the plant. If it has been eaten by worms or grubs, avoid it. Chances are its nutritional value has already been consumed. Do not eat any plants that are slimy or obviously dead. Second, smell the plant. If it smells like almonds, pears, or peaches, discard it immediately. These are all signs that cyanide is naturally present in the plant. Next, lightly rub or squeeze some of the plant's juice onto a fleshy part of your body, on your forearm or your tricep, for example.
Behind your
Wait
ear.
8 hours. If you experience any discomfort or redness, discard the plant immediately. Once you've done that, tear off a small piece of the plant. After each of the following stages, wait 5 to 10 minutes to ensure there is no negative reaction, and then proceed to the next stage. Place a small portion on the lips. Place a small portion in the corner of the mouth. Place a small portion on the tip of the tongue. Place a small portion under the tongue. Chew a small portion. If you feel no discomfort,
Is that a
after
Dungeons
any of
and
these,
Dragons
you can
reference?
swallow a
I'm pretty
small
sure
piece
that's a
of the
Dungeons and
plant.
Dragons reference.
Then wait 5 hours. During this time, do not eat or drink anything else. If you
Plants are sketchy. That's true. And it's fairly difficult to find a plant food source that isn't readily recognizable as such. And it's even dangerous to trust that. Even when you find a food source that you are almost positive is the actual plant you're looking for, you should still go through every step of this test. The reason being, they're deadly. Quite frankly, most plants have developed some level of poison to prevent something that used to eat it from eating it now. So, take the steps that could save your life.
experience no unpleasant reactions, then the plant is probably safe to eat. Being in the tropics, you will likely find fruit-bearing trees. Try to only eat fruits from larger plants if possible. If you recognize any fruits, as you likely will on a tropical island, eat those first. Chances are you will find mangoes, papayas, starfruit, guavas, and more. Eat only brightly colored berries. Avoid hard, greenish berries. Peel any fruit you find. In the tropics, many fruits have thick skins that are bitter and difficult to digest. Test unrecognized fruits and berries the same way you would test plants. Shelter is extremely important on your desert island. You're in a hot, rainy climate, so you will need protection from the elements. Additionally, without proper rest and sleep, your body simply can't function. The better your shelter is, the easier it will be to rest, and thus, the easier it will be to survive. There are good and bad places to make a shelter.
That is true, Andrew.
First, you want to avoid the lowest ground.
And they're
on the
decent
island.
for a little bit of
While your island is probably
calories, but
pretty
it's not
flat,
something
it does
you want to
rain a
rely
lot.
on.
This rain will collect in lower lying areas and flood any shelter. Conversely, it is a good idea to avoid the highest sitting ground. This could overexpose you to the elements or any animals that could be lurking on the island. Put your shelter close to your primary water source, unless that water source is a river or sitting pool. These often harbor insects. The sound of running water could also make it difficult to hear any potential threats in the night. Do not make shelter on the beach. You will be far too exposed to the elements, including sun, tidal changes, and storms. Your shelter should be near a plentiful supply of wood, but make sure there are no large, rotting, or dead trees near your chosen spot. In a storm, these will be the first to fall, and you don't want them collapsing onto your shelter. Avoid tall, solitary trees as they attract lightning, and you are in a stormy climate. Once you've chosen a spot for your shelter, double check for any animal tracks, wasp, or bee nests. Obviously, avoid building your shelter near these hazards. There are a lot of different types of shelter, all of which require different resources to construct effectively. But you are on a tropical island, so we will focus on a shelter that you can make with plants you certainly have in abundance. Bamboo is going to be your best friend in building the core structures of your shelter. Think floor and support beams. One of the easiest types of shelter to build is a lean-to shelter. These are simple to construct for beginners and can provide great protection from even the heaviest rain. A lean-to shelter is an extremely simple structure. It features a strong piece of wood placed across 2 tree branches. Long pieces of bamboo are then leaned to this horizontal beam to create an angled roof frame. Palm fronds are layered onto the roof to seal out water. The final piece is a floor, which you will need. The floor can be made from a layer or 2 of smashed bamboo. By smashing the bamboo, it will
pretty
be
much
flatter, more pliable.
Unless you're on a
thus more
desert
comfortable.
isle, the bugs
The
are going
ground,
to be
no
an
matter
issue.
where you
We're
make your
talking
shelter,
5 to
will
10
be
inch
damp.
centipedes and
Will
stuff.
be
Like, it's
crawling
going to
with
be crazy.
insects, leeches, and who knows what
That's
else.
more food. in my
So
opinion.
a shelter needs to elevate you from the ground, even if by just a couple inches. Be very careful when splitting or harvesting bamboo and palm leaves. They can create sharp edges and fragments, and the last thing you need is an infection-prone open wound.
All right, we're fixing to dive right off into my nightly crash. Any second now, I figure. But as you remember, technical issues are part of the show. You
With
can
that
see me
said,
panic
you now
and lose
have
my
a
mind
shelter.
occasionally.
This shelter will provide robust protection, but it may not last forever. You can periodically re-roof, re-floor, or otherwise rebuild your shelter as needed.
I advise you against
Skilled
building your
builders can
shelter on
expand
the
these
ground
into
in a tropical
significantly more
environment.
luxurious dwellings with the right
First night,
practice.
first week, maybe. Beyond that, you should do something off the ground, even if you got to stack up a bunch of rocks or something to do it. I know
Food,
it's
water,
very
and
energy
shelter are
intensive,
super
but
important
the
in
critters that
immediate
crawl
term.
across the ground are
But to survive
undesirable.
for a prolonged period of time on your island, you will almost certainly need fire. Fire allows you to cook food,
Rated
sterilize
biblically.
water, and importantly, send smoke signals for a potential rescue.
It's been raining all day.
With no other supplies, you'll need to make fire out of friction. This is not easy to do.
This
It
is
will
why I want
require
a lens.
practice and determination. A fire bow is one way to make fire.
True.
Fire bow uses a wood spindle to create tinder and friction on a hardwood base. As you rotate the spindle, it creates wood dust, or tinder, that is eventually ignited by the friction and heat from the base. Bamboo will work well for your spindle, but you will need something much harder for your base. Cut a small divot at the end of your baseboard and a cavity below it for your tinder. The spindle should be shaped as evenly as possible. Your bow can be made from bamboo, and your string can either be palm cordage or a
Cavendish
strip of
banana.
fabric from your clothing.
What
A
is it
small
they
stone
grow
can
now?
make
The
it easier
rusa?
to exert
Is
the
that
proper
right,
force
Rosa?
on the top of the spindle. Use one hand to
I
move the
might
bow
have that
back and
backwards. I
forth,
can't
and the
remember.
other to press on the spindle. You can also use your foot to keep the baseboard in place. Increase the speed of the spindle as it drills through the baseboard. Eventually, it will create smoke, and then the tip of the spindle will begin to glow like a cigarette. Shortly after, it will ignite the tinder. Make sure you have more tinder nearby to keep the flame lit. This is an extremely difficult way to make fire, and it's just going to take a lot of practice.
It takes practice.
Some people will prefer a fire plow, as it is slightly simpler to create. Cut a
I
straight
was
groove in
never
the
able to make
baseboard and
this
then
work.
push the top
I
of
was
the
able to do the
softwood
bow method
shaft
pretty
forwards
easy,
and
but
backwards.
this
This will create
something
tinder
about that
shavings and
motion
eventually light them.
just man, it killed me.
To
I had
light and
blisters
maintain
on my
any fire,
hands
you will need
immediately.
3 things: tinder, kindling, and fuel. Tinder is anything that ignites with minimal heat, like the wood shavings created by your fire starting implement. The best tinder requires only a spark to catch fire. Wood shavings, dried grass, dried mushrooms, bird plumage, and bird nests all make really good tinder.
Just don't eat it.
As you walk around your island, keep a constant eye out
Cavendish
for
is a
tinder.
monoculture, right?
It should be completely dry, and this will be hard to find on a small island.
Yeah.
Kindling
not
is the
wrong.
wood that brings
I'm not a
more
fan of,
fire from tinder, allowing you to then
battery
burn
farming
much
either,
larger,
but
longer
it's what's
lasting
happening.
sources of fuel. Small, dry wigs are ideal kindling. Kindling burns very fast, so make sure your fire's main fuel is nearby when you start using kindling. Fuel is the larger pieces of wood that you will burn. As a rule, the heavier the piece of wood is, the more heat it will provide.
Once you build, or actually, you don't even have to build it. Once you get your hands on a functional fire kit using a bow and spindle, you can remake it because you now know what the pieces feel like, right? You've held them in your hands, you've actively used them, and so when you put them together, you know whether or not it's a possibility without having to try it. Because if the bow part's too brittle, it'll break. If the spindle part's too light, it'll snap. If the wood that you're using on the bottom's too soft, you'll just drill straight through it. And so in the process of putting together your spindle and bow and everything, you have to test all your materials out. But without having actually put your hands on those materials before, it would be difficult to say do it out of a book. If you've never done it before and you've never had that experience with it. Right. But that experience comes from having physically put your hands on it and knowing how it works. And you can do it from scratch. I'm just saying you're probably not going to succeed the first try. Right. and he's got it down exactly. In fact, he's got a video on his channel you can go check out. Are you in a position to be able to share a link? Because I can do that thing that we do sometimes. You can share that video if you want. It's just this way tonight, folks. I'm just going to stop pausing it. I'm going to start muting it instead. If you can, great. If you can't, that's good too. Why didn't it? Wait. Oh.
Mix dried old wood and fresh green wood for a long-lasting fire. Do not burn bamboo. It is very useful for other purposes and burns very quickly. Damp wood can be advantageous. It does not burn well, but produces a lot of smoke, which wards off insects. So once your bundle of tinder has ignited, add kindling on top of it in a rectangular shape. Once your kindling is burning consistently, slowly add fuel to maintain your fire in this same rectangular shape. Think Lincoln logs. At this stage, a fire will be easy to sustain as long as it is given fuel. Food is a precious resource, and you cannot afford to waste any of it learning to cook. You don't need to be a Michelin-starred chef to survive on a desert island, but you do need to understand basic food prep and cookery. When it comes to preparing a fish, you will need to scrape off the scales. These are not edible. Use a sharp rock to do this by making sweeping motions from the fish's tail to its head.
Actually,
the scales will come off.
If you've got access to bamboo, you can split a piece of bamboo and trim the inside edges on a rock, making two fairly sharp edges, and it makes a perfect fish scaler. It's better than most of your store-bought stuff. It's almost as good as a butter knife. Hey, I'm not picky on what you share, man. Whatever you know is good, I'm good with. I typically try to share people who come in the chat, and sometimes I do something called Sasquatch Roulette, where I post, I pin the different links to the top of the chat. Currently, I'm doing a review on a particular video, and so the creator's pinned to the top. But I'm not terribly picky as long as it's nothing defunct, and I'm not really worried about you doing anything inappropriate, I don't think. But I have Shasta Valley Outdoorsman looking for his bow build, his fire bow build. Restart that bad boy, baby. Maybe you'll make it this time. You should do that more often.
Then make a long lateral cut on the fish's belly. Pull out the fish's internal organs, and you're ready to cook. Virtually all fish can be eaten whole, though you will need to pick out the bones. As a general rule, the longer you cook vegetables and plants, the softer they become. So if an edible plant is too difficult to chew, boil or cook it. You should always cook over low flame. This will ensure that you do not burn your food. And
Eggs to doubt there, brother.
Fuel for your fires.
Not this channel.
Never leave food unattended while it cooks. In a survival situation, you do not have the luxury of burning or ruining your food.
Actually, I'm going to have to disagree on this point a little bit. When you are in the survival situation and you're not sure that you have enough food, then you should definitely micromanage the cooking of it. Once you have reached a point where you're starting to try to stockpile food, you're not going to have a choice on this. You are going to have to smoke it. That is just about the easiest, most beneficial way to go about preserving meat or food in general. Almost anything can be smoked, dried, or otherwise preserved in that fashion. Meanwhile, and this might be reaching a little bit, I understand, you should be looking for a flat stone somewhere to put seawater in to evaporate out the water and have salt. This can take many days. Even with a fire, it will take a long time, right? But having salt will give you the ability to further preserve your smoked food. So if you find pigs, if you find goats, if you have access to large fish, anything big enough to cut a fillet out of is big enough to smoke. In fact, smaller fish can be smoked en masse if they are arranged right over the fire. So saying don't leave your food cooking unattended, this is sort of a no-brainer, but at the same time, there comes a point when you will simply have to. What's up, John Eagle? Good to see you, brother. Share John Eagle's link. That's one of those I like having shared. Unlimited power.
Food. Boiling will be the best way to keep your food as nutrient dense as possible, assuming you drink the water after cooking. This is because the nutrients and fat, if cooking meat, will melt into the water. However, you will obviously need a lot of water, and using ocean water is not ideal. As water boils, it gets saltier because the fresh water is evaporated and the salt is left behind. That salt can then leach into your vegetables during the cooking process. Salt is a necessary nutrient, but you don't want to have too much of it. To boil water, you will need a vessel. You can boil water in a wide, hollow piece of bamboo set slightly above your fire, like this. Roasting is a
You're
great
not
way
wrong.
to cook
Bait's
protein,
always
like
good.
the fish that you will be catching. To do this, skewer the fish on a bamboo or
once
wooden
you've
spit
cleaned
and
your first kill, which depending on how hungry you are, you might actually eat the entrails anyway. However, as we discussed previous video, hey AJot, welcome to the show, darling. You about wore it out? Okay. No, you're not wrong. Why are we sharing his email? That is very strange. Yeah, I'm sure you are. I mean, chasing justice is difficult.
If you're looking to return to normal life, a smoke signal is one of the best ways to be discovered. Indeed, once you have established a survival routine, setting a smoke signal should be your next priority. 3 fires burning at once is a universal signal for distress, so build 3 signal fires if you have the resources and energy to do so. Even if you can't keep all of these lit 24/7, you can create fire pits that are easy to get started when you are able. Cover these pits and protect them from the elements when they are not in use. Keep plenty of tinder in or around the fire or fires even when they are not lit, so the fire can be ignited very quickly. If you see a ship approaching on the horizon, you need to be able to make your signal fire immediately. Green, leafy vegetation will create highly visible white smoke, but it will burn quickly. Build your signal fire just like you would your cooking fire. Tinder, then kindling, then large pieces of slow-burning wood. But
Andrew, are you on a phone or a computer? But either way, click on John's name over there, right? Or AJOT or yours for that matter. Click on your name and it'll pop up a little window that says go to channel. Click go to channel, hit the 3 buttons, go to share, and then copy it to your clipboard and then bring it back to here. Do that rather than sharing a direct video unless the video is requested. Because if you share a direct video, it'll take whoever clicks it out of chat into the video, and almost nobody ever comes back to a chat. So when you're sharing channels, share the channel page, not an individual video. That way it keeps people in chat and just opens a new window for them to look at it. That's the idea behind it anyway. In that case, you would, let's see, the 3 little dots at the right side of their name. Click on that bad boy. You go to channel. It pops an open thing over here. I close it back out because I'm doing other
but
stuff.
top your signal fire with a consistent supply of young green vegetation. Again, 3 fires is best, but 1 signal fire is a whole lot better.
And it pops out looking like that. No, we'll get you buffed up, dude. You'll be good.
You will notice that many, almost all of these survival techniques require some type of tool. A knife is the most important of them, but you will also need a fishing implement as well as some cordage at a bare minimum. Luckily, all of these things are very easy to make with resources you have at your disposal. A knife is simply essential for surviving on your desert island. You will need 2 stones, a hammer stone and a stone to turn into your knife or knives. The hammer stone should be large and rounded. Use a more angular and jagged rock for fashioning your blades.
All right, so this component here, making blades from stones. Depending on where you're at, this might not even be an option. You may actually be wasting your time walking around looking for the appropriate rocks on certain islands. For instance, when you're off the coast of Georgia or the East Coast, the barrier islands over there are virtually no rocks on these islands. They are shell islands and sand islands. They are sand barrier islands. You will not find flint unless it was brought there by the hand of man. So you can look, keep your mind open for stuff like that. Don't close off your brain to that possibility. But at the same time, that's not where your primary focus should be on a barrier type island. It's a little bit different, right?
Place the jagged rock on your leg and glance the edge of it with your hammerstone. Eventually, shards of the smaller rock will break off. These will probably be plenty sharp to use as knives, though they can be sharpened by dragging the blade at a 45-degree angle across a larger, smooth stone. In the tropics, there will be plenty of fish well within wading or swimming distance of the beach. The vast majority of them are perfectly edible in a survival situation. But fish often congregate in spots that are the most comfortable and offer the most opportunities for shelter. Areas around reefs, rocks, or other underwater structures provide a great place to look for fish and marine life. There are a lot of ways to catch fish, but they all require some type of fishing implement. The three methods we are discussing will be spearfishing, line fishing, and trapping. These are all great options for your desert island, but each has its own potential drawbacks as well. Spearfishing is probably the first method that comes to mind in a desert island scenario. All you need, after all, is a spear.
No, sir. Spearfishing is your second or third choice. Never, ever go straight to spearfishing in a survival environment unless you are inundated by good points and good spears. Now, I know a dozen ways to build a gig of various descriptions that'll pick up a frog out of the water pretty easy, but all of them require hand-eye coordination and the ability to actually see through water, which is a little bit of a learned skill. And then you have to actually hit them. So if you keep it in your prison pocket, I hear you, baby. My first step, almost anytime I ever went camping, one of the first things I would do is go find me the right kind of bamboo to make a decent small fish trap. I use these to catch various types of bait and whatnot, and they're one of the very first things I throw out almost before I set up my camp. Maybe before I set up my camp in the right circumstances. If we get there very early and we're not going to have to worry about the camp for several hours, then I'll go ahead and set up a little fish trap to catch me some bait fish, because that works better than most of your store-bought baits. I mean, when the fish recognize what they're eating, they're much more likely to eat it.
But be forewarned, spearfishing has a significant learning curve. Most fish are going to be pretty difficult to spear, some more so than others, and you will likely not experience immediate success. To build a spear, sharpen a long stick. Bamboo will work well. That's really it. If you can use cordage to attach multiple points to the spear, that's even better. This will allow you to cover.
When you're using bamboo, instead of cutting it off at a point like they show, split it 4 ways, take a piece of stick and wedge it in between the individual splays of bamboo, and then sharpen each one into a point and cut a barb into the end of the two opposite each other and leave the other two sharp and smooth. Then you can launch it into the water at a school, and you might get 2 or 3. It's most likely you'll only get 1. But the beauty of this is when the spear hits it, even if it doesn't actually penetrate it, the fish will dislodge the sticks and the thing will pop together. That is not my channel. That was the first channel I showed tonight on Starvation. That was that one. Keep trying. You'll get there, man. I swear to God, just keep tinkering with it. Technical issue, part of the fucking show is what I goddamn always say when I've goddamn fucking shit going on. The goddamn motherfucking. Yeah, see, there, that's that. But she's an old expert. Don't take that as a dunk. Abracadabra, alakazam, hocus pocus, and shazam. Come on, you can do it, girl. You can do it. Just maybe we can do the double pause thing. That works sometimes. I'm missing half the
More
screen.
water
over here. That
area
is
with each
weird.
thrust, increasing your chance of success. And as you find a fish, be sure to account for refraction. Aim a little bit below where the fish appears to be in the water. Again, keep in mind that this is a difficult skill to learn and you will experience failure before success. But once you learn how to spearfish, it's a really effective way to harvest seafood. Angling is another option. This is a more passive way to fish that requires less effort, but more time and more materials. A fishing rig is built from a stick, cordage, a buoyant piece of wood, a small stone, a hook, and bait of some kind. Some of these items are
Right?
optional.
Oh God, I hate it.
You don't need a
hate
pole. It is perfectly
Ugh.
acceptable to fish with a hand line just by tossing your cordage into the water. But a pole will make it easier to cast and easier to set lines into the water for overnight use. Your island will also have plenty of bamboo, so a pole is generally recommended.
I generally go a step further on this type of stuff, depending on how the environment is, what type of trees you have near the creeks and rivers and water. On a beach, you basically cannot do this. Okay, I've tried. Maybe it's the type of beaches we have out here, but I've never found a way to securely anchor a line to the beach using bamboo. You have to sit there and hold it. But if you're in like an eastern cloud forest over here, we have lots of hardwood trees that love to grow right up on top of the creeks. And if you can find a decent limb and load it, you can pull a standard knock trap or trip trap. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good link to drop. Apparently, I think if you think that's my StreamYard affiliate link. I think I've never actually seen it with my own eyes, but it resembles a StreamYard. Maybe it's his StreamYard affiliate link. I don't know. This is going to be fun. All right. Yeah, I know StreamYard sucks sometimes. But what I do is I'll take the trout line and increase 6 foot to it. Run out enough for you to get the line back to the tree base. Run a line around the tree. Hook your trip to the line, and then tie the line to the other side of the trip that you're actually using for your bait. You throw that into the river with a small enough bait that it doesn't trip the trip. And whenever the fish hits it, the very instant he hits it, he'll catch, basically like you sitting there popping a cane pole to set the hook. That's what the limb will do. And you're much more likely to actually catch something if you can have a hook setting motion built into how you're catching them. Now, this doesn't mean you're necessarily going to catch a whole bunch, because this is a very resource intensive method and it takes a little time to make all the trips and latches and stuff. But if you have the ability, then yeah. No, there's all kinds of stuff possible, dude. If there's catfish on that island, you're good. You just need to hollow out some bamboo and throw it in the river. You'll find some catfish in them directly, right?
It is possible to improvise a hook from a thorny plant or several thorny stems tied together. You can fish without a hook. Some species swallow food without chewing, and the end of your line will simply get caught in its stomach. Ideally, you would also find some kind of bait. Insects, worms, and berries work well in place of live fish. However, you can carve a fish out of 3 pieces of soft wood tied together with cordage. More lifelike
because we got time.
Bait, the better. Once all your supplies are assembled, tie the cordage to your pole. About 75% of the way down your line, tie the floating wood. Then tie your rock or anything else that sinks towards the end of the line and the improvised hook at the very end if you are using one. It's a good idea to fashion many of these rigs to use at the same time in various spots around your island. Many fish feed most actively at dusk and dawn. Set your line or lines out a safe distance from the tide just before sunset and check them before and after first light. If a storm is coming, the rain hitting the surface will often scare fish away, so don't bother fishing during or immediately after a storm. Do not fish in the same way you would at home, that is to say, avoid sitting for hours with your fishing pole. Fishing is just not as good during the day, and you want to avoid unnecessary sun exposure whenever possible. You could also make a fish
Bold
trap.
of you to
This is
assume I wouldn't
difficult
need a
and
person.
time-consuming, but can be a really effective way to catch fish, crabs, and any number of other food sources.
This should be your first stop.
Trap also does
right
not
here.
require bait, though it would be helpful. A fish trap is usually made with an entrance that starts wide from the outside but narrows as it lets species into
And they're
the
fairly
trap.
simple.
So fish can get in, but they can't get out. These can be fashioned out of bamboo in many different shapes. There are no specific models or plans for these types of traps, but here are two examples that can be made using bamboo and cordage. Put these traps in the water wherever fish may congregate and swim. Check them regularly. Cordage is immensely helpful in building the things that you need to survive. You can make cordage out of any fibrous plant by stripping away long, thin pieces of bark. Tie or weave these together to lengthen and or strengthen your line. You could also use a strip of your clothing, but clothes offer much needed protection from the sun and should not be sacrificed unless absolutely necessary. With these tips, you can survive pretty much indefinitely. But it's important to accept this. You aren't getting yourself off the island. You could be rescued by a passing ship or an
Oh,
airplane
no, it's
overhead.
not bondage. Although you could take
You're
that
just
route if
not
you choose.
going to get yourself off the island. It's just not happening. If you make a raft and hit the open ocean, you will die.
They can be.
You may run out of resources because a raft can only carry so much stuff. Or more likely, your raft will be ripped to pieces by the open ocean and you will drown.
Those
If you're on a desert island,
those baskets that he showed a glimpse of aren't really hard to do, and you can build them largely out of bamboo alone. Instead of using cordage for your wraps, you use pieces of the bamboo leaves, some of which can be 2 or 3 foot long. You don't twist them up or nothing. You just weave them in through and do it over and over again in the same area so that it becomes like a, yeah, I guess anything can be if you're brave enough. Oh my God. I'll tell you what, I won't tell, if you don't tell anybody I got a wooden dick, I won't say nothing about the splinters in your mouth. But
stay there. Because the island has all the resources you could possibly need until someone rescues you, which will probably happen eventually. Surviving may not be easy, but it is absolutely 100%.
Are you ready for the frog people? We're going to go talk about the frog people. We're going to ask whether or not they're gay. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Right? Yeah, no, I'm not adverse to that. I'm telling you, we're going to be eating some shrimp, maybe some froggies. Absolutely.
Most everyone listening to this channel has probably heard of the Levelland Frogman sightings, which occurred in Ohio in the 1970s. What most people don't know is that there have been a large number of sightings over the years from all over the world of weird bipedal frog-like entities. I've even covered a few of them on this channel. In this video, I will delve into some of the lesser-known frog people cases I've collected over the years. Special thanks to Albert Rosales for assisting me with this one.
This is brought to us by
Bryansk
Beyond
region,
Creepy.
Russia.
In Homie has your basic true cribes type documentary style, and he does amazing work. The sound's excellent. The visuals are bar none. They're second to none. I think he should have a bigger channel, but just give him time; it'll happen.
In 1979, several residents living in the Novi Bavosky district reported seeing a brood of 3 toad-like creatures. These toads were abnormally large. Even stranger, they were observed walking on their hind legs, often using the trees as supports. The smallest one was about 60 to 70 centimeters in size, and the largest was a little over 3.5
Microplastics.
feet tall. Their bodies were covered with what appeared to be horn plates and shields. These creatures had thin fangs in their mouth, 2 on top and 2 on the bottom, and claws on their webbed feet. Their eyes were like those of a snake, with a vertical pupil. According to the UFO KOM website, one of the witnesses actually picked up a stick and tossed it at the creatures, and was surprised when one of the creatures repelled it with a sharp movement. It was at that point the 3 creatures retreated, moving in the direction of a nearby swamp. They moved interestingly on their hind legs, but when they accelerated quickly, it felt like they did not move their legs, noted one eyewitness. Curiously, around that time, an elderly woman in a nearby village claimed that she had encountered a giant snake, quote, with stripes, like a boa constrictor, in the same general area. Coincidence? In 1957, divers working for Pemex, or Petróleos Mexicanos Oil Company, on the coast of Veracruz, Mexico,
You're
claimed they
absolutely
encountered strange
correct.
green-colored creatures with frog-like bodies and human facial features
There'd
while
be a
working
push for
deep
nuclear.
underwater. According to Mexican-based researcher Alfonso Salazar, the men had been involved on a welding and construction operation on a Pemex oil platform when these creatures were observed. When the divers attempted to slowly approach them, the humanoid frog creatures quickly disappeared from sight. Another case from the same year involving frog-like entities happened in Virginia and was recorded in the NYC MUFON newsletter. It was late summer 1957. 6-year-old Shane Thomas, a pseudonym, was sleeping in his room when he was awoken to the horrifying sight of frog-like creatures coming through his bedroom walls. According to Thomas, these beings walked upright like humans and had strange horizontal pupils in their eyes, which were located high up on their heads. Similar to frogs, they had pads or suction cups at the tips of their long, thin fingers. They also had big mouths, but Thomas never saw them opening them. Others were apparently visible through the window of the bedroom. On the roof of the porch, 3 larger frog-like entities were standing there. They were about 3 to 4 feet tall.
All right. Homie wakes up, middle of the night. There's these 3 frog guys standing on the roof outside his window. Okay. Okay. All right. Noted.
Tall, and for some reason, they absolutely terrified Thomas. Thomas remembers seeing the smaller entities everywhere, and could still see more coming in through the walls when he eventually blacked out. While most skeptics might explain this away as a hypnagogic hallucination and nothing more, it should be noted that his 2 brothers, Chuck and Ralph, for whom he shared a room with, also observed these frog-like entities. In 1955 in Euclid, South Australia, 3 men watched in disbelief as a shiny, unidentified object fell to the ground 5 kilometers away in a deserted area. They quickly drove out to the spot and began looking for the downed object. After searching for an hour, they came upon some jagged, shiny wreckage and saw a figure moving around in the foliage nearby. As the figure approached, they could see that it was semi-human in form and somewhat frog-like. It wore a loose-fitting green cloak that hung down below its knees. It had a curved horn on each side of the head, and its hands and feet were armor-plated. The creature then began swaying and wriggling back and forth, and then it, quote, disintegrated right in front of their eyes. Australian-based researcher Mark Moravec wrote of this in his PSI UFO Phenomena pamphlet. In 1982, in Phoenix, Arizona, 20-year-old Teresa Anderson, a pseudonym, was crossing the street in order to visit some neighbors when she looked up into the sky and observed an orange globe-shaped object with a dark center. It was parked right between the horizon and 12 o'clock high. Thinking it was a reflection from behind, Teresa wears glasses, she looked back and could not see anything that might be reflected off the lenses. She looked up again, and there was this round orange globe with the dark center. The dark center had opened larger, like an iris. She looked in her mother's direction, across the street at the neighbors, and was going to tell her to look at the object when she heard a voice in her head saying, quote, "Don't tell." She looked back at the globe, and this time the iris had opened up wider, and she could see something that resembled a frog or reptile in front of a console or table inside the crowd. Its hands were holding two control levers,
It wasn't
and
a
it would move
frog, it
them
was a
back
dinosaur.
and forth with its arms. Its feet appeared to be operating pedals. Teresa then decided to tell her mother what she was seeing, but she again heard the voice in her mind advising her not to tell anyone. She looked back up again, and the object and its occupant had vanished. Later, she could not remember what she had seen when her mother asked her. Teresa reported this encounter to author Stephen Wagner, formerly of ParanormalAbout.com. As reported on the Brazilian website Phenomenon, in the summer of 1981, a biology student named Fernando was staying with some friends at a local beach house in Joinville, Santa Catarina, Brazil. One evening at around 8 p.m., Fernando decided that he wanted to go for an evening swim at the
I got a
beach by
frog
himself.
joke I'll tell after this.
On his way there, while crossing a small bridge that led to his favorite beach spot, he noticed a light reflecting on the water. Fernando then suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed. Regaining his senses later, he noticed that it was now dark. He was laying at the edge of the bridge. He slowly picked himself up and returned to the beach house. Upon arriving there, he discovered that his roommates were quite upset and desperate to know where he had been.
Gary? Welcome in.
Fernando was surprised to discover that it was after 1 a.m. His friends had apparently looked for him at the beach, but were unable to locate him. They had become concerned that he might have drowned. Fernando sadly was not able to explain his disappearance, only that he must have passed out on the bridge. His friends pointed out that they crossed the bridge on several occasions while looking for him and did not see him anywhere. Intrigued by the mysterious time gap, and after several sleepless nights, Fernando spoke to a dentist friend of his who had some experience with regressive hypnosis. The dentist agreed to assist Fernando, and a session was scheduled. Fernando was adamant that the entire event be recorded. During the session, it was revealed that after seeing the light in the water, Fernando blacked out. When he came to, he was being taken into some type of crab. He was surrounded by amphibian-type beings, resembling something of a cross between a frog and a reptile. They had an offensive odor and were very aggressive.
There we go again.
Once on board the object, the creatures removed his clothing in an aggressive manner, then threw him on some kind of table and introduced several needles into his body. According to Fernando, the procedure was very painful, and he screamed out to them for them to stop.
All right, so he was actually at a rave, right? And a bunch of his friends decided to just take him for a ride.
But they simply ignored him. Fernando also remembered that their terrible odor made him feel nauseous.
Checks out. Rave.
Before being released, Fernando was warned that they were not done with him. They then dressed him and then dropped him off at the same location on the bridge where he had been originally taken.
And not one anal probe.
Fernando was not able to consciously remember the experience, though. After hearing the tape, he begged the dentist to not reveal its contents under any circumstances. Feeling that the truth should be known, the dentist would eventually release the tape. He wanted others to be aware of the incident. In early 2020, Albert Rosales contacted me, asking me what I thought of a story that was making the rounds in Argentina involving a strange creature sighted by locals near an old dam. According to the site Chaco Online, on a story dated January 25, 2020, the North News Agency was sent a photograph said to have been taken in the city of Villa Angela, in the province of Chaco, Argentina. According to the story accompanying the photo, in early January 2020, residents living around the dam known as Gachigalupi had begun hearing strange noises. Several of them had gone out with flashlights and cell phones to investigate, no doubt expecting to find troublemakers or pranksters. Instead, they encountered something straight out of a nightmare. In the photo, a bipedal human-sized frog can be seen running towards the camera. It is assumed that the person taking the photograph immediately ran away in fright, as there are no reports of any deaths accompanying the story and photo. Chaco Online further noted that near the dam where the creature was sighted and photographed were several brickyards and family homes. The site received no further information pertaining to the event, only
There
that
she
several
is.
of the people involved had contacted them indicating that it was true. So is this picture of a frogman, or was it just some elaborate prank, or possibly a hoax? I'll leave that for you to decide.
We call them bullywugs. All right, this next one. Yeah, sure. Okay. This next one is the wild world of Roman
Ancient
jobs.
Rome was a multi-ethnic.
This is done, I believe, by the Casual Lectures channel. Yet another phenomenal source for various documentary style content, all kinds of stuff. He has a bit of a style all his own there, and I dig it.
Society with a large population that required a broad spectrum of jobs to sustain its economy. However, choosing their career was not always an option for the general people. This was only possible for people with higher status or inherited roles. Prestigious professions, military leadership, and political administration were reserved for the Roman upper class, whereas ordinary people were involved in various jobs. Moreover, the Roman Empire depended on slaves, and any wealthy person could keep as many as 500 slaves. The slaves were controlled such that they had to partake in challenging, unpleasant works of low esteem. The typical jobs were farming, construction, and domestic services, and educated slaves could work in medicine, teaching, accounting, and artists. Some jobs, however, like the orgy planner or urine collector, were bizarre even to the slaves. So today we will take a look at the weird Roman job. The weirder a job is, the higher it is ranked on the list, while more normal jobs are ranked lower. Let's start off the F tier with a job that actually still exists today, even though it may have changed slightly. Just like our astrologists who try to predict your future by your zodiac sign or tarot cards, the ancient Romans had their own version of that profession.
I forgot to tell the joke. Hold on. So, man and a wife got married. First week of marriage, he's all just ramped up. He's got a job and he just got a promotion. And this promotion involves he has to travel out of town for 2 weeks on business, and he's going to be staying in a hotel the whole time. And first week's fine. The second week, he starts getting a little anxious, looking for a little bit of action somewhere that might not have been his wife. And while he's down at the hotel bar, he runs into a guy, looks at him, and goes, "You look like kind of man who could really enjoy a blowjob." He's like, this is the first night he was there, and he had turned the dude down, but the guy gave him his card. So after a week and a half in Cincinnati or wherever he was, he decides to call the man up. He calls him up, and the guy makes the arrangement. He's like, "Hey, right down the road from the hotel you're staying at, there's this little bistro. Go in the bistro and go to the bathroom and give the man my card. When you walk in, give him my card and ask him where the bathroom is. He'll show you to the private bathroom." And he's like, "Okay." And like, the girl will be in there. And he goes, meets the dude, gives him the card, and he goes to the back and goes in the room. There's no light in the room. But before he can say anything about it, it's already started up, and it's the best blowjob he ever got in his life. It is absolutely amazing. So he ends up finishing, paying it, like leaving money in the sink there, and then going back out and going back to his room. So the dude was fairly wealthy, and after thinking about it overnight, he's like, "Well, I want to know exactly what happened." So he calls the guy back up because he still had the number. The guy tells you, he's like, I can't tell you what happened because I wasn't there, but uh, are you disappointed? And he's like, no, but I will give you $1,000 to introduce me to this person. I don't care who they are, what they do for a living. It is no concern of mine. I just gotta know. And he's like, no, I can't do that. $2,000, $3,000. At $4,000, the guy's finally like, all right. I'll tell you the secret. Here's the secret. Come to the hotel downstairs, room 284. Come in and I'll show you everything for $4,000. And he's like, all right, fine. So he waits around till the time comes. He goes downstairs, walks in, and dude has this huge bullfrog sitting on the bottom of the bed. Bullfrog's just sitting there, and the guy's standing there, and he's like, well, what the hell kind of bullshit is this? He's like, this bullfrog gives great blowjobs. The guy's like, bullshit. He's like, pays to have known, but he still doesn't believe it. So he's like, all right, fine. Prove it. Guy's like, fine. And he makes a little whistle. Bullfrog jumps on the dude's dick, pops him right off. Best blowjob you ever had. He freaks out. Like, it's crazy, I know, but the guy decides, well, shit, I could buy this frog and have great blowjobs for the rest of my marriage. My wife never has to know anything about it, right? So $3,000, $4,000, $10,000 buys the frog, loads him up in a little box, sticks his ass in his briefcase, and he goes home. Later that morning, his wife finds him in the kitchen with a frog and a whole bunch of flour strewed everywhere, and there's biscuit dough on the floor and on the ceiling. It's actually, she goes, honey, what in the hell are you doing? He says, shut up, bitch. This frog learns to make a biscuit. Your ass is out of here.
If you're a Gemini, you probably experienced deja vu, the feeling that this moment has happened before. And you also experienced deja vu, the feeling that this moment has happened before.
The Polarius were chicken interpreters who told the fortune of military campaigns based on how chickens ate. Instead of being tasked with taking care of more regal birds like eagles or owls, the Polarius had to take care of sacred military chickens. Sacred military chickens.
Yeah, he said that out loud.
Empires in history literally had chickens that were relied on to tell whether a battle would go well or not for the Roman army. Before a battle, a Polarius would release the chickens and throw corn on the ground. If the chickens ate, all was well. If they ate so messily they dropped kernels, even better. If they didn't eat, oh no. If they refused to come out of their cages, you may as well send everyone home. There even is a story about one Roman fleet commander who was so impatient with the poor birds, who were understandably dizzy from sailing, not wanting to come out of their cage, that he threw them overboard. He lost the battle and was scolded for drowning his fleet's sacred war chickens. I think this profession perfectly defines the F tier. It is somewhat strange, but considering that we still do the same thing today, it's kind of normal, at least for this list. We all know it and we all hate it. You are at a party and someone approaches you, but damn, you forgot their name, which could result in embarrassment. Sucks for you, but the Romans were perfectly prepared for such a situation. The Roman profession of name caller or nomenclator had one simple task: to remember everyone's name at a party or other event. As efficient as the Romans were, they had a backup for not remembering people's names at gatherings and parties, saving themselves from embarrassment. When people would approach their masters, the nomenclator would loudly announce the name of whoever would come, saving a deadly social embarrassment. What sounds like a funny party gimmick at first was actually also a crucial political instrument. Political candidates would be accompanied by their respective nomenclators, who prevented any embarrassment for the candidate. Whenever someone would approach the candidates in a friendly or personal manner, they would ensure the candidate by calling out the approaching person's name out loud. That's why this job is in F tier, since it isn't really weird, but rather unique. The last candidate for the F tier is the position of Vestal Virgins. In ancient Rome, the Vestals were known to be the priestesses of the Roman goddess Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, and were considered vital to the security of Rome. The duty of the Vestals was to keep the fire in the temple of Vesta burning. They believed that the failure to do so would lead to chaos in the empire. It was essential for the Romans that the Vestals were virgins.
You might touch the finish line, but you've never touched a woman. You're right. I haven't lost my virginity.
This was obviously a drawback and a risk at the same time. If they were to lose their virginity, they were usually walled alive and then left to dehydrate, a truly brutal punishment. Other Vestals who broke any other vow, such as letting the temple fire go out, were beaten behind a curtain in the dark. However, the good in all this was that they were treated fairly well and given special game
This is the
seats.
Romans,
So
bro.
all in all, I would
They
consider this job to
invented
be
that
quite
shit.
normal, especially considering that even modern monks and nuns still vow to abstain from any sexual activity, although luckily the punishments today aren't nearly as harsh.
Funeral clowns. Oh my God. Oh my
Now
God. I had no idea I was going to have a funeral clown. Suddenly I do know. This is going to be awesome. We're going to fire me out of a cannon at a Viking ship and set it on fire. It's going to be awesome.
Enter the E tier with a rather interesting but kind of controversial job. In the ancient world, a funeral clown was common enough to leave behind records of clowns making fun of the dead at their own funerals.
There you go. I can
These
do a funeral
clowns
roast.
would mimic the behavior of the deceased. It wasn't just any behavior either. They specifically picked ones that made the deceased look bad. Of course, this was done in a funny way that wouldn't offend the audience, which was likely made up of friends and family who wouldn't tolerate actual slander. One amusing account from Suetonius, a Roman historian, tells of a funeral clown mocking Vespasian, the emperor famous for his role in building the Colosseum, for his stinginess. The funeral clown was said to have asked the crowd, while still pretending to be Vespasian, how much the funeral would cost him. Considering that most of our modern death rituals are connected with immense grief, this might seem weird to many of you. However, I think the concept that a dead person gives his friends and relatives one last laugh through one of these clowns doesn't sound too bad. In ancient Rome, asking the gods for help was common if one could not personally take revenge. A curse against their enemies was ordered by the hateful and the superstitious. The middlemen between the gods and the hateful person were called curse tablet scribes. The entire day they would hear people's complaints of hate for others and the wrongdoings they had endured. They would take people's requests for revenge and etch a curse onto a soft lead plate. Those curse tablets were believed to have influential power against the gods, and they would either be nailed to the wall of temples or rolled up, placed underground in graves, or thrown into wells or lakes. All manners of cruel punishments consisting of blindness, madness, and hopes of the enemy's intestines being eaten away would be wished for in those curses. The treatment done to the material was compared to what should be done to the target of the spell. The curses would be written backward if needed to be extra effective. That's definitely a weird custom, but considering nowadays people use fake Twitter accounts to insult other people, this concept doesn't seem too far-fetched. Now we are coming into the D tier, featuring the fuller. Fulling is the process of cleaning clothes, especially wool, to remove oils, dirt, and other impurities and make them thicker. Ancient Roman times were popular for fulling by making the slave stand ankle deep in the urine. As filthy as it sounds, the practicality of the concept lies in the fact that urine was a source of ammonium salts. It was known as the wash that assisted in cleansing and whitening clothes. The use of urine faded when more sophisticated concepts of watermills came into place. The job itself was basically a very early form of someone doing laundry, which isn't weird at all. However, the part where you have to stand in ankle-deep urine makes this whole thing relatively unpleasant, I would imagine. However,
You're not
urine
the
was
only
actually
one,
so
bud. I
important
bet you
in
that
ancient
would be a
Rome that they
popular one
even had
today.
official urine tax collectors who, spoiler, will be featured later on this list.
Waxing studio.
Another candidate for this tier is the position of armpit hair plucker. Armpit hair pluckers filled bathhouses with the screams of their clients. Roman baths were hubs of public life and of public image. One of the many services offered at the baths was armpit plucking, employed by bathhouse guilds to manually pluck the armpit hairs of patrons with tweezers. The philosopher Seneca notes that the armpit pluckers would shout in the bathhouses to get people to get their pits plucked, and when the pit plucker wasn't shouting, he was forcing his customer to shriek instead of him. Honestly, this job was pretty normal considering that armpit waxing isn't out of the ordinary even today.
Pube ripper.
However, I think turning this waxing process into a public event at the bathhouse makes it a little weirder than it needed to be. Now we enter the C tier, the perfect middle ground between somewhat normal jobs that are also pretty weird. Vicarious were the middle managers between their masters and their fellow slaves. And yeah, we're literally talking about real middle manager slaves who managed other slaves.
It just sounds like slavery with extra steps.
Ooh la la, someone's gonna get laid in college.
According to Vicky Leon, author of Working Ninth to V, slave owners would buy slaves to serve as their body doubles at work and do their work for them. These vicarious would then be lived vicariously by their owners, who would send them to do office work. It wasn't so bad of a gig either, since it turns out that some vicars would be given access to part or all of their master's assets. Some of them would be paid a portion of the profits made, allowing them to eventually buy their freedoms. Ironically, more enterprising slaves, however, would opt to buy their own vicarious and continue growing their master's wealth so they could continue taking a cut.
Minimum wage.
So while this management position isn't far off from modern businesses, the ancient slaves aspect makes that job very questionable.
There we go. We're getting into the meat of the drink of the matter
We
now.
finally enter the B tier with the job everyone has been looking forward to, the Roman orgy planner. The planners were responsible for planning the perfect orgies and sex parties where guests freely partake in open and unrestrained sexual activities, including group sex. They had the authority to select the food, drinks, and music, as well as women. Those women could attend the orgy who were capable of making the event of utmost entertainment for the guests. The Greco-Roman world shared the party god Bacchus, lord of wine and ritual madness, and celebrated him with the Bacchanalia. Attendance of these parties had a tendency to really tap into that divine, crazy party energy and go around on a debauched, often violent sex spree. At one orgy, legendary bisexual Alcibiades, an Athenian statesman, and his homies stole the dicks of hundreds of statues throughout Athens. However, the planners were despised, especially by the lower class, as they thought the entire event to be unnecessarily luxurious and expensive, or simply because they didn't get an invite themselves. All in all, the job must have been really funny, but I think I don't even have to explain why this job description might seem weird to some people. We start off the A tier with the position of stercorarius, or to say it more bluntly, the shit collector.
That is one big pile of shit.
Ancient Rome was famous for its aqueducts and toilets, innovations that were so advanced it would take centuries to see them return after the fall of Rome. What a lot of people forget is that a lot of these advanced services were available only for important public buildings. Think of the noisy bathhouse where the armpit plucker is trying to pluck your pits, or government buildings, regular residential areas where most people lived, not on the plumbing grid. That's why the stercorarius had to go from house to house and collect people's shit from their cesspools, bucket by bucket and wagon by wagon. He then had to drag everybody's shit outside the city where he would sell it to farmers. For his troubles, the stercorarius got 11 copper coins. Considering Rome's bumpy stone streets, it wasn't a rare occurrence for one of these shit wagons to literally flood the stercorarius. So considering you were basically a personified toilet flush, this job was one of the weirder ones. The urine tax collector was basically the big brother of the shit collector. As introduced by Emperor Nero, the urine tax was subsequently taken upon by his son Titus. Urine was widely used in various chemical processes, such as extracting ammonia to clean and whiten clothes, soaking animal skin before tanning, and even using it as toothpaste. The urine would be summoned from public toilets and cesspools. When the finances of the Roman Empire had been crippled after nearly 2 years of civil war, Vespasian inherited the empire and left his successor with a profit through the urine tax collection from the urine gathered at public restrooms. When Titus Vespasian's son blamed his father for applying the tax on urine, he held a piece of gold coin procured from the tax against his nose and replied, "Money does not stink." The position of the whipping
Romans
boy
had
was
Summa.
exactly as cruel as it sounds. The education of the royal children faced some difficulty in the 15th century, as education was enforced through punishments. The divine right of kings that stated God and the king's son appointed the kings was to be punished by no one, but the king brought the tutors into a dilemma. Hence, as a solution, the appointment of whipping boys was established. Another boy studying with the king's son appointed by his son would be punished if he misbehaved or did not do his homework.
Stay still.
In return, the whipping boy was
Shut
granted
up,
noble
Meg.
titles and estates for his service once he was an adult. The idea behind this was the hope of developing a bond between the two, leading to the royal infant behaving and studying well to end the whipping boy's misery. So while this job could provide you with titles and other rewards, it must be a horrible feeling to get a bloody punishment for the mistakes a stuck-up child of the royal family made. From orgy planners to the curse tablet scribe, it is safe to say that the ancient Roman Empire had a room full of extremely strange professions. And while many of these professions seem very funny, there are also some very dark ones, especially considering the
What's up,
harsh
unindoctrinated?
punishments for
Welcome
whipping
in.
boys
We're
and Vestal
discussing
virgins
really
had to
Chad
face.
business
In the
ventures in
end, the
ancient
Roman
Rome.
Empire never ceases to amaze us with its extravagant lifestyle. But that is it for today. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
All right. We are now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the
take a look at a good one. But first, I need to set up this. No, don't wait for permission. Don't do that. Don't do that. Why is it not working? Oh my God. Everything sucks today. How do I not do that? Stop that. Now we'll try this again. I got something in particular I need to go do right quick. Till then.
Hello.
I want y'all to take a look. Oh, let me get that right. I'm going to be right back with y'all. But until then, enjoy this.
I'm Johnny Curmudgeon. Early one morning while making the rounds, I took a shot of cocaine, then I laid back down. I kept doing coke until my face got red. Then called the local hooker and she gave me head. Got up next morning and I grabbed my gun. Took a couple selfies, then away I run. Made a good run till I run out of flow and passed out in my car in San Antonio. Then I was awakened in a Texas jail. They made me take a drug test, which I promptly failed. The sheriff and the judge, they said, this looks real bad. Then I said, fuck you assholes, I'm calling my dad. I said, yes, oh yes, my name is Hunter B. And you two dickheads best be nice to me. Once I get my pops involved, I'll have you know that both you fools will end up in Guantanamo. When they did release me, I was dressed in black. I left that jail and set about to score some crack. I scored some crack and hit the nudie bar. Knocked up a random stripper, then I stole her car. Early next morning, about 9:30, I spied the Secret Service coming down the line. The lead agent coughed and then he looked real sad. Said, come on, you sloppy loser, let's go see your dad. Into the Oval Office I was led. When father saw me, he commenced to shake his head. He said, son, I love you, but this has to stop. I already can't keep track how many grandkids I got. In about 5 minutes, in walked a man, holding some note cards in his right hand. He said, sir, the press want you to go explain what you and this damn crackhead did in the Ukraine. Daddy left and went outside with much ado, looking like the Reverend from Poltergeist 2. I figured I should do myself a little boom, but I left my stash outside the Situation Room. Come on, you gotta listen unto me. Lay off those strippers and let that cocaine be.
Dollar bills, my son, dollar bills. I love it. Oh, my God.
These men have reception. Matlock, A369032, and Bad Shelter, A39879. They have reception.
Oops. Wrong button. Stop. That is inappropriate and wrong. We don't play those games. All right. So, oh, cool. That's neat, unindoctrinated. Doing stuff. You like that? That's Captain Curmudgeon. He's a special sort. What am I not showing? Who's not showing what? What, where, when, where, why? For what reason? What is it?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Trip Keeper channel. I'm your host.
Right. This is the Trip Keeper, and it's a relatively recent channel, the last 6 or 8 months. But it's exactly what it sounds like. He's basically doing various yeah, they were nice shorts, but they're also copyrighted shorts. So we're gonna skip right over that. I'm probably gonna catch a copyright somewhere in here, which is why I'm not co-streaming with nobody, but you can't do it unless you're positive. What sucks is I can't like download the videos and re-upload them and see if it catches a copyright just on the basis of the video, because it will automatically be copyright because it's a direct re-upload. Because if I could do that, then I could upload it to my own channel in private, put together my own private playlist, and come do all this stuff and have it all there for y'all to look at whenever y'all wanted to, you know. But Gitmo sounds like a vacation from your real life. Move out of the fucking desert. It's a desert. Nothing's ever grown there. Nothing ever will. Leave. Normal people. I love you, Carrie. I hope you have good evening.
Host, the Trip Keeper. And in today's video, I will be talking about the 7 worst legal drugs. Top 7, you ask why? Because I was going to do 5, but then I wanted to include some other ones, and I also have some honorable mentions, or dishonorable in this case.
I guarantee you, Jim.
So we'll be going in order from 7 to 1 of what I think are the worst legal drugs you can get. And the problem with these, why I think they're so detrimental, is because people think that legal means safe. But I will show you that that is far from the truth.
That's all over the world, baby.
Without further ado, let's get into this. Number 7. Before I read all the numbers, you should guess which one it's going to be. You know, just play along with this. This is my list, by the way. It's not yours. You could disagree with me or agree, but this
I'm going to say nutmeg.
Number 7 is caffeine. And
oh, no, it could be right.
Some people might think it should not be on this list at all, and other people might think it should be, you know, really high, like number 2 or something. Well, you'll see why it's not higher. This is probably the most abused legal drug that no one bats an eye over. That's why it's so scary. People are heavily addicted to this shit, and people like to make jokes like, "Oh, I can't wake up without my coffee."
I'm just saying, you're not going to be running a row of corn out there across the top of that
like
fucking
3
dude
energy
there,
drinks
bud.
a day. I knew this
I don't
one
give
guy
two
that I worked
diddly
with.
shits what you
He
do.
had
Horticulturalist
300
not.
milligram energy drinks a day.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't know how long he's going to survive, but that sounds pretty dangerous. It is nice to wake up with a coffee or energy drink or whatever just to get started, but the come downs usually suck. And that's what I hate about them.
That'll make a hell of a video, baby.
That people think it's like okay to drink this stuff. Like no one really talks about how bad it is. Like my mom is pretty heavily addicted to caffeine. She has to wait.
All right. Kate, let's lay some parameters here, because I'm perfectly aware that shit'll grow in the desert with some irrigation, right? But hear me out. Without human intervention, you won't have a damn thing grow. At least not much. You have some optunias, you'll have a handful of sedges, some sages maybe, you'll have a few grasses, probably sand spurs, because as far as I can tell, them fuckers are everywhere. Yeah, no, but you see corn growing out there with freaking deep well irrigation. Normal people don't have access to deep well irrigation. And even surface irrigation is typically, you know, a little bit sketchy, because if you're depending on rainwater, you have to collect that. Anyway, I look forward to your bountiful harvests of corn in your desert.
wake up with a cup or like a couple of cups of coffee. I remember when I was younger, I went on vacation with her. She couldn't find coffee in the morning, and she just looked so depressed, and everything was like she didn't feel like doing anything. Usually she's very excited to do stuff on vacation, but she just looked like she wanted to go home. And yeah, so that was the withdrawals. So
look. If Mark Wahlberg can grow potatoes on Mars, I firmly believe you can grow corn in a desert. I'm just saying, it's not within a normal person's scope.
But if you're addicted like that, you know, you got to slow down a little bit. I don't know how, but yeah. Number 6 is Datura. Now, people might think Datura might be higher, but hear me out.
All right,
Datura is bad.
Now, I'll let him go first.
I don't know how much more I have to explain about it, because it is just, I mean, you've seen all my videos. It's probably the drug I've covered the most on my main channel.
You're right. It was Matt Damon. Holy shit.
I'd probably say it's not, this is one of the most, interesting drugs. And the reason it's not number 1,
Matt Damon's going to show
it
up.
Doesn't get abused, and most people know to stay away from it. Yeah, most people know that this drug is like not safe to do, and in very small quantities are good for you, like transdermally putting on your skin for like infections and stuff, I think. But don't even listen to me saying that. Like, don't even try. I just know back in the medieval days, a long time ago, people use this stuff as medicine, but I can't imagine what people saw when they were getting this put on their skin and stuff. This is probably the worst one to take in regards to drugs, but in
Don't
regards
worry
to all
about
the
it, bro. I'll
categories
go
that I
find
have,
it one day.
It's not.
I'll
'Cause
do a
you'll see
review
why
on it.
it's
It'll be
not
great.
higher. Number 6, Datura. Yeah, I think that's a good number for it. Other than that, though, it tastes terrible. Can't forget that. I mean, I've never done it before, so I can't say, but from what I've heard, it's very, very bitter, and it just doesn't sound fun to drink or eat or anything. I've eaten morning glory seeds, and that was terrible. So I can't imagine what Datura tastes like. And you get serious hallucinations from this. Like you seriously hallucinate another reality. Like you think everything is real. Like you'll just have a random person come in and start talking to you, or like some sort of demon, and smoking cigarettes that are fake. You're not even getting a buzz from them. You're just smoking fake phantom cigarettes. Like I said, there's no benefit really unless you use a very small quantity transdermally or whatever. I'm sure there are safe ways to do this. I just would not try it.
Yeah,
because it's just
I would avoid
so
the
many bad trip
moonflower
reports out
seeds.
there.
Don't
Even the
even.
positive ones are bad.
That's not a morning glory.
Like the one I read on this channel last week. All right, number 5, I have Phenibut. The reason I put this here is because it's extremely addictive, and the withdrawals are horrible. I made a video. This is the first video I made on this channel about Phenibut, and you'll see why it's bad. Now, the thing about this is that it's not gonna like alter your perception really that much. You just kind of feel drunk, but like you feel like you're in control a little bit. Like with drunk, you're out of control, and you just feel like doing anything. But the Phenibut, you feel like doing anything you want, but there is some thought into it. But then you end up doing it anyway. But you're not going to go dizzy unless you take a whole bunch, which I used to do, and that's why it was a problem. Like I used to do 8 grams a lot before, or probably more. But if you want to do this, I'd say stick to no more than 2 grams, and I would not do it very often, because from what I've heard of people getting addicted, the withdrawals are just horrible.
Wait a second. Hold up, bud. That's Jensen weed. You be real careful with that shit. It's called nightmare fuel for a reason, dude. Locally, back in the day, some of the old fogies used to crush up the, and I'm not going to go any further than that and how it goes about being done, because that shit is absolute madness, and it's madness, dude. The one person I saw try that stuff did it in a tea. And after about 20 minutes, he completely lost his mind, went full on psychotic, to the point where the people that were there just on mushrooms all left. They all got in the car and left. But he was mad because we didn't know he was coming. Nobody knew he was coming. And so when he showed up, all the mushrooms were gone. And he just kind of got pissy, and he ran out and grabbed some ginseng weed and made up something and was like, well, I'm going to trip too. And homie lost his nut. Now, he couldn't have been too well on his nut to start, you know. But yeah, moonflower is different from ginseng weed, but I didn't think the moonflowers I'm familiar with don't really have a spiky ball involved with them. They've got a little like a giant clove shape to them. They look like a little tiny flower bud when they split open. Although you may just we just may have a case of, you know, two similar plants that are colloquially known as moonflowers.
I made a video on my main channel about it, how it led to a girl's death. That was my most recent deep dive, other than the vaping one that I made. But before that, yeah. So you'll see why. It led to baclofen use, and she overdosed. So it was really sad. Another thing, it gives you narcolepsy, not like actually the disease, but like you'll pass out wherever you are. Like if you're sitting down or something, like you're going to fall asleep. I remember when I went to my orientation for the post office, like I did Phenibut like 3 times during that time. And I was falling asleep with the presentations and stuff. And I just could not stay up. Like my eyes were just closing. I had to keep them open, like holding them up. And then I remember seeing this one movie. I think it was directed by Peter Jackson. I forgot the name of it. It was like a war movie that they colorized. Dude, I really wanted to stay up for it, but I was just falling asleep. I could not handle it. I don't recommend it. And this other time I was delivering mail, like I was, I started falling asleep while walking. Like
Sound like a Zanny zombie.
It's not safe. Don't do it. And I haven't done it in a while, and I won't do it ever again. Number 4 is nicotine. And I just made a video on this yesterday on my main channel, so go check it out. The problem with nicotine is that it is extremely addictive, and it hits you right away with the buzz, and you just feel nice. And then young kids are doing this too, which is the biggest problem. Like they've been targeting nicotine towards kids for a long time now, and it's sad. We don't know what will happen to people in the future if they become addicted to this stuff. As people don't really care. People don't really care what they do to their bodies now. It's what they'll do down the road. But once that time comes, you'll be like, oh, fuck, I shouldn't have smoked that. So I'm glad that a lot of people messaged me and commented down below on my channel, on my most recent vaping video, that they stopped smoking because of it. That makes me feel really good. At least I'm doing some sort of change in this world. That's all I'm trying to do. And I just recently saw a comment on there, like I'm a sellout for doing it. Like, no, this is what I want to do. I want to actually, preach harm reduction to people, not just, do horror stories. I actually want to show the dangers of stuff. Like same with another drug that I'll do down below here. Actually, the next one. I just want to show you people the dangers of it. You just gotta see the truth, and the truth might scare you, and that's good. And we've already seen what cigarettes will do to people. Cigarettes and tobacco by itself, I mean, you could do that, but all the additive chemicals in it from cigarettes is just that's what's dangerous. That's what's dangerous to this, and the nicotine, of course, because it's addictive. So I don't know if there's a way just to do like a nicotine pill. Is that possible? I know there's nicotine gum, nicotine patches. Like, what if you just got nicotine pills? I wonder how that would be. Number 3, like I mentioned before, is diphenhydramine and dimenhydrinate, or Benadryl and Dramamine, the most popular brands for it. I put these together because they are very similar, basically the same thing. Benadryl is meme to death, but I don't think kids realize how dangerous it is. People like to make jokes about this stuff, which I've made memes about, but it's seriously like it's really no laughing matter. This stuff is a drug that people need to stay away from, and mostly kids are using it. That's the thing with this list. It's like, adults can be smarter, make good decisions, but kids, they don't know any better. They're participating in the Benadryl challenge. Why would you do that? Like that, when you're a kid, you
Never,
don't know.
ever.
But if
ever.
you're like
No
older, like in
Benadryl
your 20s,
challenges
you
here,
should
bud.
know. But when you're younger, it's hard to understand how detrimental these drugs can be. You get deter-like hallucinations and can encounter the Hat Man. And the Hat Man is a very popular figure in drug society. I don't know if it's a he, maybe he's a woman. I don't know. I really don't know. They call him the Hat Man, but maybe he's a Hat Woman. I don't know what I'm saying. But he's not a very... if you come across him, you've done way too much and you're fucked. Just close your eyes and you really can't do anything about it. Like I said, this is targeted towards kids. It's not meant for kids, only if you're taking it for its purpose, for allergies and stuff. But yeah, you know, I don't know why it got popular, but it just does not get you high. I have no idea why people are doing it. Like it seriously, it makes you feel weird, and that's it. And there's nothing positive that you can get from taking a whole bunch. Like, you don't feel high. High and feeling weird are two different things. Like, DPH is just something you just want to stay away from. I'm telling you.
Well, you said the infinite
I did a video on
sadness,
this on my main
ego
channel.
death.
I've
These folks are
cited
talking
this
about
a
the
lot
Hat
in my
Man.
other videos, where a Redditor got so addicted that they were taking upwards of 5 grams a day and then later overdosed. One of the saddest videos I've ever made. It's truly disturbing. So go check that out after this if you haven't already. And this is probably the most readily available drug on here, and that's why it's number 3. But you'll see why it's not higher than that, because you could put this in number 1 if you wanted to, but it's just with the drugs above it, drugs, quotation marks. Yeah, you'll see why. But just don't ever do that. Throw it away if you have some. I try to tell people not to do this because it's mostly, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds doing it. And that's a sad part. You do not want to do that. Plus, it can cause dementia later on in life. So, yeah.
I'm so screwed.
Number
I'm allergic to
2.
everything.
Now, this isn't
I've been
really
on
a
lot
drug,
of Benadryl in my
but,
life, but I won't know nothing
inhalants.
about it.
Yeah. This is a very abused chemicals, different kind, like Freon and gasoline, butane, or whatever you have. Even acetone, ether, starter fluid, anything that you can really inhale is seriously, there's no benefits to it. And it's not a drug. It's seriously something that you're literally not supposed to take. And at least all these other ones, there's a purpose for them, like Benadryl and Dramamine, allergy.
All right. So I had a buddy of mine who got a job at 2 local grocery stores. And apparently, and I didn't find out about this until after he had quit and moved on to a career. Apparently, he had been ordering multiple cases of Ready Whip to these places, and they were just disappearing as standard shrinkage. And nobody knew that this was going on, apparently, for a couple of years, right? But I distinctly remember a time period when there were just drifts of Ready Whip cans all over the world, everywhere I went. And I never knew why there were all these Ready Whip cans everywhere. It was just, they were all full too. I never saw a single person eat a sundae. It just baffled the living shit out of me for the longest time.
He's in motion sickness. Like, there's a reason for him. And, but there's just nothing good that can come from doing inhalants. It is just not, there's no positives. It doesn't, like, the high only lasts a couple seconds or something, or a couple minutes. It's different than DMT, where DMT, you get a new outlook on life. Well, I guess with inhalants, you get a new outlook on life, a very depressing and sad one, because you're doing so much damage to yourself. It should be common sense not to take it, not to do this stuff, but it's clearly not. People are still doing it. I guess the high feels nice. I have no idea, but I've never done it, so I can't tell you. But it should just be common sense that you shouldn't do this. I just don't understand. You should know. I've done a lot of videos on inhalants recently. My most popular video on my main channel is about huffing gasoline, so people are interested in learning about it. but I know most of those people will never do it. But
What's
I
up,
was
DJ
getting
Emo?
comments.
Welcome in,
I don't know
bud.
if they were being sarcastic,
Good
but
to
I
see
got
you.
quite a few saying, I'm going to start huffing gasoline now. Like, how are you going to blame me for making a video telling you not to do gasoline and that you're going to do it with this seriously one of the most disturbing stories on my channel? You cannot put the blame on me. Okay, that is just uncalled for. It should be common sense not to do it. I don't understand. I really don't. All right, we're almost at number 1, but we have to get through the dishonorable mentions first. First one I have on here is pseudoephedrine. I've never done this, but it is the main ingredient in Sudafed, and it is not good for you.
Nope.
And it is also one of the main ingredients in methamphetamine, so that should be a sign to stay away.
Right?
Yeah, it's just stay away from it. Seriously. This next one might surprise you, but modafinil.
I get that. I get
only
that.
put this here.
This man apparently worked at 2 grocery store chains locally, specifically to subsidize his Ready Whip addiction. He was clearly buying more Ready Whip through these 2 chains than his paycheck was weekly. Because I shit you not, I remember, and I mean people that I didn't even know knew the guy. I would, like, somebody want to go to a party or whatever, and I knew how to get there, and they'd be like, well, I'll drive. I'd open up the back door, and there'd be like 30 Ready Whip cans in the back seat. And I'm like, damn, this looks like homie's car. Okay. Wow.
Here because from personal experience, it did not help me focus whatsoever, and that's the main purpose of it. Like, it's supposed to be a helpful pill. I think it was the drug that was supposed to be in Limitless or something. Something close. That's what they call it. At least they call it the Limitless pill with Bradley Cooper. And it fucked up my ability to read, which was terrifying for a little bit. I was reading sentences and I wouldn't be able to start them. I have no idea. And you could see. It's a lot easier for me to do it now. I think I'm still trying to recover a little bit, but mixing that with my antidepressants and stuff, I know there's no known interactions with it, but I feel like there could have been. So yeah, and it's not really, you do the first couple times you do it, it does feel, I'm not going to lie, it does feel great. But after you start getting addicted to it, it doesn't feel the same. Like, there's nothing positive from it, honestly, unless you use it like once every couple weeks, maybe.
I am aware of a experiment done back in the early 80s involving mice and vegetables grown using a mixture of shredded tobacco and coconut coir. And yes, the mice preferred the tobacco-laden vegetables. The nicotine was transferable through the water into the I got you, bud. Into the plant itself, and apparently the addictive properties remained stable through the transfer. Now, I don't know of any human tests on such stuff, although I wouldn't put it past a couple of mass makers.
But don't do it. I was doing it like for 3 days in a row in a period. I'd stop and I'd do another 3 days in a row, and that's how it built to a terrible time.
But I will soon.
This next one I have on the dishonorable mentions is kratom. While this can be great for getting off opioids or just doing it an occasional dose, this drug can be highly addictive and cause some serious withdrawals from what I read. I found that out while actually creating content on my main channel, and I actually promoted this stuff on my one video last year. The company paid me $150. I'm like, oh, that sounds nice. And I never was really getting sponsorship, so I just want to apologize for sponsoring my video. If I can go back in time and not even respond to the email that Pure Kratom sent me, I would, trust me. But I can't, and I got to keep the video up because it's in my contract that I can't take it down. And I tried to private it one time, or a couple times actually, and they noticed and basically yelled at me. So I unfortunately have to keep it up. Not a good look, but we have to move on. So yeah, don't do this drug, and let's just move on to the next one.
Yeah, but
this next one is nitrous oxide. People who use this stuff say it's safe, but you have to seriously stop and look at yourself as you're inhaling. Like, is this technically an inhalant? I mean, you inhale weed, so that's not an inhalant, but it's just, it looks, I don't know. It doesn't seem safe to me. It can cause a B12 deficiency if you get addicted, and you will lose feeling in your limbs. That should be the main culprit in staying away from it. because I mean, do you want to feel your limbs still, right? Like you want to have feeling in them. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Well, let's look at it this way. Do you want to get advice about drugs from a guy who's never touched any of them, or from somebody who's been brought back from the verge of death 19 times on every drug known to man? Someone with actual fucking experience that can be like, do not do this shit. Don't do that. Don't do this because, but these things do not do ever, not even once. That type of stuff, you know? Might have had those. Maybe, especially if you were in bus station bathrooms back in the late 70s.
I don't know how successful it is to getting that feeling back, but I've seen people say it lasts forever or only just gets a little better. The one story that I read, nitrous oxide completely ruined this man's life. That is a good representation of what this shit can do to you if you get addicted. Go watch that if you haven't already. I'm sure you have if you're on this channel, but yeah, go watch that one. So yeah, I don't recommend this. I know I'll get a lot of hate comments saying like, "Oh, nitrous oxide is safe."
Absolutely.
I don't think so. I just
Sasquatch
think it's
approves,
something,
New York
another drug you should
Outcast.
stay away from. I get that it's like natural, like there's nitrogen and oxygen, actual, elements, but I don't know. It's just, if you get addicted to it, that's the problem. Like if you do it maybe once in a while, I guess you can get away with it, but not all the time. And this last dishonorable mention, I really didn't even want to put on
That's
here,
exactly
but I
right.
thought I should add it, and that's DXM. Because I don't think this drug is that detrimental. Because straight DXM is actually pretty relatively safe, but that's the problem. You got to get the pure stuff. I know Robitussin, Robotabs, those have pure DXM in it, nothing else, which is good. If you're gonna do it, do that. The thing you have to worry about is the other ingredients in it. Like there's Mucinex has guafenicin, which is terrible for your liver, and same with acetaminophen. I think I pronounced that right. I hope so. I've said it before. I try to get it right before this, but I don't know. I hope I got it. And then quercetin too. Quercetin, whatever how you pronounce it. That's the one you want to avoid the most, because a lot of the horror stories I read on my channel and that I found on Arrowid are from quercetin. So don't do that shit. And finally, we've reached number 1. And if you couldn't guess, it's alcohol. What else would be here except for alcohol? I mean, it's just everyone knows this drug is not well, not everyone knows, because people think it's funny. Like people who think caffeine is good for you because society says so.
One of the most infuriating conversations I ever had, when right after I got clean, I'd been clean for about 6 months and had decided that quite possibly might be out of the addictive woods on opiates. And I went to some AA meetings with some people. And some of the stuff I heard these old fogies saying in there was absolutely just raw bones wrong and offensive, because they had this idea that their addiction to alcohol was different from an addiction to opiates because alcohol's legal. And I'm like, opiates are too if they're prescribed. And who's to say that it wasn't overprescribed? I'm not saying it's the doctor's fault, but they don't necessarily help the situations in some cases. Y'all are just going crazy. The crazy kids. But yeah, I would sit there in an AA meeting and hear 3 people in a row get up and talk about their opiate addiction, their crack addiction, their methamphetamine addiction, their whatever. And then an alcoholic would get up and say, well, I didn't have it that bad, but let me tell you what I did do. And then go on to talk about doing the most heinous, just reprehensible things I've ever heard. And still, after they finished saying that, would say that their addiction wasn't as bad as someone who was on crack or someone who was on meth. And I hate to tell y'all, if y'all got that kind of idea, there's no difference. It's the same fucking thing. It is exactly the same thing. There is no distinction between alcohol addiction and other chemical addictions. It is the same process, the same thing. The differences come down to treatments. Like you can't treat alcoholism like you do an opiate addiction because it has different withdrawal symptoms. You can't treat a alcohol addiction like a benzo addiction for the same reason. So the treatment is different, but the mechanism of addiction is the same. And the distinction between one and the other simply does not belong in any anonymous group. You know? And I just spilt my Dr. Pepper for the 4th time tonight.
I do believe that inhalants are worse for you, but this alcohol is probably the most addictive drug on the planet. And like I said, it's socially acceptable, you know, mostly other than caffeine. I think caffeine's a little bit more socially acceptable. And it's just like in your face all the time. There are countless commercials advertising it. Every grocery and convenience store has a shit ton you can get. Like it's everywhere. Liquor stores all over the place. One in every couple in every city.
You're not wrong. It almost is a cult, and around here, it very much is a cult. Locally, our AA meetings are almost always, without fail, bro. You got to give me something. That's a brand new logo and everything too. Like, I don't know. Do this. Give me that right here. Give me some of this. Tell me you love me, baby. Okay, close enough. Close enough. Close enough. All right, I'll let that fly. Welcome in, Broheim. How you doing?
Hello, Snowy. How are you?
Lobby chicken. You what we're doing over here?
What you up to?
Chilling like a villain. You know, cheating, robbing, rhyming, stealing. I've got a little bit of the same format, but a longer format. I'm going at more videos for a longer general runtime, and doing less shows. And I agree, Emo. It's all about moderation. Well, I did a little experiment a couple of weeks ago. Didn't do most of my shows. I did appearances on other channels, and then when I did my show, I did it for 3 hours instead of 2. And I had almost exactly the same amount of view time from that 3 hours as opposed to the 6 hours that I did the week before. So yeah, that works in by my math. Right?
Well, that works. Carry on doing it. It's obviously is working, right?
So how long you been watching? Would you just show up?
No, just showing up, mate. I mean, I was just walking up.
So we just finished a look at some of the worst drugs, the 7 worst legal drugs, right? And we have a few choices over here for our next video to take a look at. Actually, no, we're going to do the day the butterfly people visited. Are you familiar with this story?
No, but I'm going to be on education's a good thing.
Educate the living shit out of you about the butterfly people. Check this out. So I can't remember what year. It was like the mid 80s, maybe the mid 90s, late 80s, mid 90s, somewhere in there. There was a massive tornado outbreak in Texas, and one particular place got hit. It was utterly freaking leveled. And the weirdest thing happened. No one died. When they went digging people out, they found people standing in closets, people standing in bathrooms, people standing in refrigerators, and they were all alive. And they all told the same story, that right before the tornado struck, a butterfly person showed up, wrapped their wings around them, and told them where to go. And they went to that place the butterfly person told them to go, and they were safe.
Okay.
Right? So it's a wild tale. That actually clicked right. It takes it forever sometimes. No, it changed by itself. So we're going to do it this way. All right. So this includes actual interview footage with various people who were in the tornado, people who showed up and did first responder to the tornado and actually were the first to hear the stories about this. And then a general wrap up at the end of it. The source of this is an old favorite on the channel, the Navidson record,
Right.
just 2,000 subscribers, and she does magnificent work. I've yet to find one that I don't like.
Give it a spin.
All right.
I remember on the shoulder, a hand touched me like right here, and they told me everything was going to be okay. It's actually really weird, but ever since then, I'll be walking outside and a butterfly will come and land on me.
It's amazing. I mean, she's got a whole new open spirit about her.
There was somebody watching over us, yeah.
You put a butterfly on the tree?
I'll put butterflies everywhere. That's what it takes.
May 22nd, 2011, started like any other day in Joplin, a town in southwest Missouri with a
2011.
population of about 50,000. That Sunday saw Joplin citizens going about their normal routines, attending church, running errands, and some attending the graduation ceremony for Joplin High School's class of 2011. But there had been some indication that skies would not be clear that evening. Meteorologists were keeping an eye on a supercell thunderstorm developing in the state of Kansas and traveling towards the Missouri border. At one point, there were 5 or 6 storms all capable of producing tornadoes, said meteorologist Ron Hurst. 2 thunderstorms eventually merged just west of Joplin and began producing the megatornado. This tornado was first reported outside of Joplin sometime around 5 p.m., prompting sirens to be sounded throughout the area. At 5:17, the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for the town of Joplin, ordering residents to immediately take shelter. This warning gave citizens about 17 minutes to prepare before the tornado touched ground outside of Joplin. For about half an hour, the tornado ravaged the town of Joplin, gradually growing in strength from an EF2 to a mile-wide EF5 tornado, with wind speeds exceeding 200 miles per hour. The National Weather Service announced the storm had dissipated by 6:12 p.m., but in its wake, the tornado left 161 dead and over 1,000 injured. It was so dark when night fell, said reporter Ashley Reynolds. All night we heard loud sirens, search dogs barking, and people screaming while they combed through the rubble in hopes of finding their loved ones. People were walking around in shock. The nightmare was real. The Joplin tornado is now believed to have been the costliest in American history, with damages estimated at well over $3 billion. The days following May 22nd were full of heartbreak for the community, as many mourned loved ones and searched for survivors in the rubble of collapsed businesses and homes. Yet amidst the grief and trauma so many Joplin citizens were going through, there emerged an enduring symbol of hope for the town, in the form of a butterfly. 14-year-old Emily Huddleston was being driven home from her brother's graduation ceremony when their car was picked up by the tornado and thrown nearly 2 blocks. A piece of debris flew into the car and lodged in her leg, but she was the only one of her group seriously injured. Emily was treated at a nearby hospital and cared for until she was finally able to walk on her own again, although she would...
All right, so I believe this is an aspect of the third man syndrome. They were in a very life-threatening circumstance, and they experienced a presence that went with them through it.
Yeah.
With the third man syndrome.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why there's so many people who like the butterfly. Was that before or after?
This is all after. There was
but I mean, did they like the butterflies, etc., in the town before the event?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
There's
Okay.
no local history, no local mention of butterflies in anything I've found. And
Right.
then after the tornado, they're everywhere.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. That was all. Okay. Cheers.
Still have a long road of healing ahead of her. As summer progressed and the family began to rebuild their lost home, Emily began to notice something odd. Every time she went outside, butterflies would land on her.
I bet not in
There will be some
February.
that I can't get to leave me alone, she said, sharing a picture of a monarch that landed on her arm. She said at the time that she felt they didn't have much significance, but when she heard stories of butterfly people witnessed by other survivors, she viewed these encounters in a whole new light. I look at them as my angels, she said. I really do. Stories of the butterfly people, as they were dubbed by the children who were said to have seen them, rapidly spread through the community during rescue and cleanup efforts. These stories were most often secondhand, heard from a friend of a friend, tales of otherworldly, winged creatures protecting and comforting survivors during and in the immediate aftermath of the deadly tornado. We'll be examining several of these stories today, beginning with one of the only first-hand accounts of angelic creatures ministering to the people of Joplin. On the evening of May 22nd, cousins Lage Grigsby and Mason Lillard, aged 14 and 10 respectively, joined their grandparents, Sharon and Rodney, on a trip to their local Home Depot. While Rodney went into the store to pick up some electrical supplies, Sharon waited in the car with her 2 grandchildren, watching as dark clouds began to roll into the sky. Lage's aunt had heard about the developing tornado and rushed to call Sharon, telling her to get the kids to safety as soon as possible. However, there wasn't enough time for the group to reconvene or take shelter.
It's okay,
With
Carrie.
Rodney still inside the
I know
store,
you wasn't expecting
Sharon
it to
told
go this
Mason to
long.
climb onto the floorboard of the truck, while Lage remained in his seat. We've got to pray, Sharon recalls telling her grandchildren. Their truck was thrown 300 feet across the parking lot, and upon impact, Sharon and Mason were trapped inside, and Lage had been thrown from the vehicle. At the same time, the roof was ripped off the Home Depot, and its walls began to fall. Yet miraculously, Rodney survived the collapse and was able to climb out of the rubble and begin searching for his wife and grandchildren. According to an article written by the Joplin Globe, Rodney was only able to find the car amid the remains of the store after seeing its license plate, which read, "Number 1 Grandpa." When the fire department arrived at the scene, officials discovered that Mason had been impaled by a metal rod that had entered through the roof of the car into her shoulder. It took about 45 minutes to extract Mason from the car, and the surgeons that worked to remove the rod from her body said she would likely not have made it to the hospital if it had moved even an inch in either direction. Meanwhile, Lage was found amid the debris and brought to the hospital by emergency officials. Likely because someone thought he was already deceased, he was left in the morgue. ER nurse Tracy Dye was coming into work around this time, and as she was walking through the morgue, she placed a hand on Lage's arm. And in her words, he let out a scream. I ran and got a doctor, and we got him out of there. Lage was
Imagine
then
that one.
rushed into a 6-hour surgery.
Last thing you saw was your truck get crushed, and it hits you in the head. And you wake up, you're in the morgue, and somebody just happened to graze their hand across you. And you're like, "Ah."
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
some of your work?
Well, no comment.
There is no justice. There is just us. Well, you know that's not true anymore, right? Ajot had a baby she named Justice Rose. So now
Yes.
there is a justice. She's on our side.
That saved his life. To this day, Lage and his family call Tracy their angel. In Mason's recovery from the accident, she started telling the story of what she experienced moments before the car was picked up by the tornado. She said that as the winds grew stronger and they began to pray, she felt a hand placed on her shoulder. I thought it was Lage, she said, but when I turned, I saw 2 angels in robes, one with brown hair and one with blonde hair. It was kind of calming. I knew God was with us and that He'd take us to be with Him or leave us to do something great. while Mason was adamant about the otherworldly figures she saw in the car that day. 14-year-old Lage said he recalled no such thing.
Well, I mean, I could see it. I could see it, right? You know, so you're in this storm, you see everything around you get destroyed, poof, bam, wham, bam, and obviously you must be dead, right? Because nobody can survive this shit. So when they grab you and throw you in the ambulance, carry your ass to the hospital, and put you in the morgue, you just lay there.
Just sleep.
No, just convinced you're already dead because nobody survives that shit.
But nobody checked to see if they're alive.
Right.
Strange.
I mean, if you've got hundreds of folks you're dealing with all at the same time, I could see a slight oversight letting you slip through the cracks that way. Maybe.
Well, it's possible.
Yeah. I'm sure it ain't the first time neither.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how they didn't check properly and they just thought that we got a dead body here, put them away, take them to the morgue, etc. And then you got
while there were casualties to the tornado, most of these events took place in like a 20-block area. These butterfly people were right here, and these people didn't die. There were other people around the area that did. So I don't know if they were stacking bodies like cordwood. I could understand it in that circumstance, but that doesn't seem to be the circumstance.
Yeah. I'm still trying to get my head around the butterfly people wrapping their wings around them and giving them some protection.
Right.
Yeah.
Put it on the ventilator first. We get paid more that way.
Probably the most well-known story on this subject is one whose origins are unclear. We do not know the identity of the child who is said to have witnessed it, and because the story spread through the town by word of mouth, it is impossible to know how the story has changed and evolved over time. Retellings often have discrepancies when it comes to small details, but the tale tends to stay consistent with its bigger picture. The story goes that a mother and her 4-year-old daughter were driving through Joplin as the tornado began to close in on them. For an unknown reason, the mother decided that they could not stay in the car, and so she grabbed her daughter and ran away, possibly trying to take shelter in a nearby building. The mother then looked over her shoulder, only to see their own car flying through the air, headed straight towards them. The two hit the ground, the mother shielding her daughter with her own body, both frozen in fear and dread. Yet the collision never happens. The winds die down, the storm moves on, and the mother and daughter stand up, both completely unharmed. "Weren't they pretty?" the daughter asks. The mother does not know what she means and asks her to explain, but she asks her mother another question. "Didn't you see the butterfly people?" In the lens of this story, the 4-year-old claims to have seen creatures she viewed as butterfly people protecting them in the storm. Another version of the story is that the girl saw this butterfly person use its wings to protect them from flying debris. However, there seems to be no consensus of what exactly the young girl saw, and no clue as to the identity of the mother and daughter who were said to have experienced this divine intervention. The second story of unknown origin to be passed around Joplin was one of a grandfather and his 2 grandchildren, boys said to be anywhere from 3 to 5 years old, depending on who was telling it. It was said the 3 had been trapped outside of a building as the tornado approached, so they laid on the ground and held onto the grass to keep from being picked up by the wind. The wind was so strong that it was said to have ripped the soles of their shoes off. However, like the story of the mother and daughter, the storm quickly moved on from them, leaving the 3 miraculously uninjured. In its aftermath, the kids started talking about butterfly people flying overhead, creatures they said had protected them during the storm. There is no shortage of stories of the butterfly people in Joplin, often very similar to the 3 we just heard. On a town plaque in Joplin, other supposed encounters are summarized, one of which reads as follows: A young girl was lifted into the air by the storm, but a butterfly quickly wrapped its wings around her and brought her safely to the ground. Another says, without a scratch, a child in a car seat emerged from a car filled with glass and debris. When safe from the wreckage, the child described a butterfly wrapping its wings around him, protecting and making him feel safe. School counselor Shelby Wilson, who volunteered for the Red Cross in Joplin, said she heard several stories of the butterfly people when talking to survivors, although never from anyone who actually witnessed them firsthand. It's the only way we can really, honestly understand how more people were not killed, she said. When you walk through what was left, it just kind of took your breath away. Some believed that the butterfly people described by children were actually guardian angels that physically intervened in our world. But others believed it was likely the children's way of coping with such a traumatic event. In a previous video, we discussed the third man phenomenon, in which a person experiencing something traumatic reports another presence accompanying them, seen or unseen, which comforts and protects them. The third man, as it is called, is thought by many to be a hallucination brought on by periods of extreme stress. With Joplin being a deeply religious town, many children were likely used to hearing stories of benevolent angels in Sunday school, so it wouldn't be impossible to imagine that the comforting image of an angel would be present in their subconscious. But it seems we will never know for sure
Maybe
if
it's
first-hand
related to the last
encounters,
video.
such as Mason's, were divine or completely natural. And as for secondhand stories of the mother and daughter, and the grandfather and his two boys, we cannot be sure that they happened as told, if at all, unless the original witnesses come forward. But whether or not butterfly
Sup,
people
Flow
actually
State?
visited
Give
the
me that
town of
face. Let me see
Joplin,
that beautiful
these stories
mug.
have
There
taken
it
on a
is,
life
girl.
of their own and
You wanna put up
provided
something?
comfort to a hurting and
good?
healing community. Just
Satin
as
cane.
butterflies, still a relevant symbol for the town, are formed in darkness, the town of Joplin has emerged from the tragedy stronger than it was before. Thank you for watching this video, and of course, I would love to hear.
All right, so what do you think about the butterfly people of Joplin?
I lived pretty close. You go ahead first. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Oh.
All right. I grew up pretty close. I mean, I lived pretty close to Joplin. It was a couple hours away. And I remember that. And I've never heard not one person anywhere ever talk about a butterfly person until now.
Right.
So
have you been through there recently?
Not since the tornado.
Okay. So you may not have heard anybody say anything about it.
Well, I grew up, Joplin is fairly close to University of Missouri, which is where I went to college. I guess if they're saying, I didn't hear the whole video, but are they saying that they started after the tornado?
Yeah.
Because that doesn't make any sense at all to me.
None of it does. None of it makes any sense at all. But
I'm not buying the butterfly thing.
Who actually told the butterfly people stories. The older children commented on there being butterflies everywhere after the tornado. And the adults basically attributed the butterfly people as being guardian angels that protected them during the storm.
Well, it didn't guard them well, did it? The town's gone.
Maybe they needed a better town.
They needed better butterflies. That's for damn sure.
I'm trying to figure out why there's so much mass hysteria. Well, I understand the hysteria, but how can so many people believe that there was a butterfly wrapping the wings around them? You know, I mean, none of it makes sense, but people do cope. But if so many people are talking about the same thing, I want to know what they were on, because you could make a fortune with it.
Right.
Whatever drugs they were on.
Homie was asking about a chemical plant getting hit nearby. Could have been something.
Probably just good old fashioned fluoride in the water.
Right. Right. So what you got going on there, Graham? I know you're doing something. You got something up your sleeve. What it's been?
Nothing that I can discuss on YouTube.
Oh, super secret. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
No,
you do a feet pic.
It's more to do with the policies and what you can say, what you can't say.
I got you. I appreciate it. Flow State, what you got shaking over there, Bacon?
Man, I just got out of the shower. It was cool. I listened to you while I masturbated.
Oh, good. I advise you to do that many more times. It will help.
No, mostly I'm just wondering really about what he's got going on ever since that tease thing. What is that?
You're gonna have to go to his channel, which is linked in the chat, and go in the back door over there. I can get in there, and I've been there, and it's certainly interesting. But I will
check it out.
It's hard to spread time over multiple social media sites when you do as in-depth a dive into one as I do.
Yeah, this is about it for me. I got a Facebook, but I'm not really on it much.
Right.
I know that feeling.
But I have to keep it because it's like become my Rolodex. You know what I mean? It's got like everybody I ever met on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I sort of agree with New York Outcast down there. And a few years later, maybe I can't remember if it was before. I think it was after Joplin. There was a Greensburg, Kansas, that was wiped out too. And
oh, dude, that was a finger of God situation. Like,
yeah, I moved to Pratt, which is about half an hour away from Greensburg. About the year after it happened. Pratt's where I got caught up with all their fucking cops in that little ass town. But Greensburg got mowed over by a tornado and then rebuilt with all sort of green shit.
Yeah,
it's
I
really
remember
play
that.
on words. It was just the most convenient named town for them to redo. And all.
It was too good to pass up.
And it still sucked. It was still a sucky ass town.
Of course. Because the thing about all that green energy stuff is it wears out just like normal energy stuff does. You have to replace it too, but it costs 10 times more to replace your solar system than it does to replace a generator.
I think that the whole movement, we've sold out to China, and this is how we're repaying them because we can't cover our debt. More electric energy means less gas, or fossil fuel energy, which drops the dollar and raises metals.
You're gonna make Grim chew his goddamn neck off trying not to talk over there. We got to change the subject.
Why?
Because he's gonna fucking explode.
Grim, do you have thoughts on this topic?
Not any that I can talk on YouTube about. I know. I do agree to a certain extent of some of the comments that things, the government made the tornado, but probably not with a touch of acid. But
no, the acid.
It is. Yeah, it is feasible to create a tornado or to move a tornado in such and to try and control it. I do think that is a possibility. I
do
just
we
can't.
have any idea who has the keys to HARP currently?
Sorry?
Do we know who has the keys to HARP currently?
I can't get my head around the butterfly people. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
none of it makes sense.
It doesn't. But most of the
people?
time, mass hallucinations don't make sense to anyone who wasn't there at the time. And so whether it's a hallucination or an actual experience, these people will tell you it's an actual experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm already subscribed to Grim Reaper.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. You should be.
I don't know that like any of the shit pops up on my stuff on my feed though.
Welcome to YouTube.
Right. That's why it surprised me. It's like, oh wait, I'm already here and I've never seen anything. Crazy.
Yeah. I rarely get stuff from him. I don't know if it's because he doesn't upload or make posts often, but
what's your excuse, Grim?
What was that, Flo?
What's your excuse for us not getting notifications about your videos?
I don't have an excuse. You either do or you don't. I mean, I've not been online for. I mean, I should have been online on Friday, but there's somebody else got online at the same time, so I just said go over there. I ended up on that channel.
It's so much easier to just jump on somebody else's channel than to like set up yours and.
It's well, if it's somebody who I know, and I won't bother. I'll join their channel. I'll send people over, you know. But I need to do a show. I've got to think of a topic that we can talk about without breaching any terms of service.
Right.
It's getting more difficult.
I thought it was getting easier. They've relaxed the COOF rules.
Yeah, but if we're fixing to go into an election cycle, and you can pretty much bet the rules are fixing to be jerked tighter than a freaking snare drum.
Yeah. You'll certainly only be allowed to promote the general crap that comes out. You're not going to be able to turn around and say, actually, no, I disagree with that.
We need to lower carbon emissions.
Stop farting.
It's the hottest summer on record.
Less beans.
Plant-based diet.
No,
theoretically, we'll get a hot summer. Theoretically. So far, it's not done nothing but rain.
Yeah, everybody I've talked to.
I'm not going to be upset. Even when I get to the point where I can cook bacon on the damn sidewalk, it'll be fine. I'm good with it.
It's always hot in Georgia, though.
Yeah, and you're not wrong, man. I'm not sure how much worse it could possibly get over here. I mean,
and humid.
I know. It's that's the thing, is like the humidity sort of limits the heat to an extent. It can't get but so hot before shit starts actually boiling. Can't get no hotter.
And I think that the scariest gas station I've ever been to was in Atlanta.
You're right. I will. This checks out.
Yeah, I don't know where we were. I was driving back from Tampa to Kansas City, but
I
whatever
guarantee you it was underground Atlanta. I guarantee you.
Whatever gas station it stopped out. Look, this was when I was dating my ex-wife. So this was like 15 years ago. First year Dodge Chargers had come out. We rented a Dodge Charger. It's me driving a brand new Dodge Charger with me driving, my ex-wife in the passenger seat, her little brother in the back seat. Both of them are on like iPads and iPhones. There's 3 white kids with a nice brand new car with all sorts of electronics hitting gas at this hood-ass gas station. And I'm like looking at these people hanging around, drinking out of paper bags, going, oh, fuck, this is going to be how I die. And I'm looking at my ex, like hoping she'll pick up the hint because I'm making the eyes at her, right? Like, hide your fucking phones and stuff and stop looking so white. We made it out of there, but
fear is in the mind.
Stop looking so white.
It was and look, I'm not as much of a pussy as I know that I just sounded.
Oh no, you can't protect 5 people by yourself. There's no fucking way. The only way to do it is to get the fuck out of there right now.
Right.
Did you get fuel?
I did. I didn't let it fill all the way up. I got about $20.
All right, I told you this story the last time backstage, right? The cop parade. I'm gonna run through. This was the scariest experience. The cop parade.
Yeah.
This is the scariest gas station I ever encountered, and it's a very specific reason, and it has nothing to do with the station itself. So me, my wife, and 2 friends of ours were going to Louisiana, to New Orleans, to visit my wife's brother. On the way there, we stop off at a gas station in like Alabama. We pull into the last stop in Alabama before you go to Mississippi, and we get out, and it's like a Flying J's or something. It's a massive trucker bathroom, brake stop, way station, the whole 9, right? There's a Church's, there's a Popeyes, there's a dozen little eateries in here, and basically a small mall. It's an enormous place. And we go into the bathrooms, and when I first walk into the bathroom, as soon as I step through the door, there's this dude standing there in like some like a blue shirt and blue pants wearing paper booties who looks at me and goes, "Hey man." And I go, "Nope," and just walk by him. And he corralled my buddy. He corrals Jim and he goes, "Hey man, do you know what's going on in Mississippi?" Without batting an eye, Jim goes, "Yep." And I can't stand it, and walks right by him to the only available stall that was open at the time. And there's like this cowboy standing at the urinal right next to me over here. And I step up and I realize while I'm standing there, incapable of peeing because there's this dude just kind of crowded right up behind me a little bit, that he's also not peeing. And so we kind of glance at each other. We both zip up, turn, and wash our hands and go to walk out. Jim comes out a minute later. We go and get in the van. We filled up with gas and everything. And we get back on the interstate. We start talking to each other about the weird shit that had just happened in that bathroom. Creeped the fuck out, right? We get a little ways down the road and it looks like the sun is rising behind us. And I look at Jim and I go, "Hey, dude, does that look weird behind us?" And he turns and looks back and goes, "Wow, that's real weird. It's really bright back there. Like we couldn't see the stars back there." And I was like, "This is really strange. I don't get it." And then I see a set of headlights come over the horizon behind us, and then another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. And a few seconds later, I got passed by a Mississippi State Patrol running 120 miles an hour. And I counted 237 of them before I simply started laughing maniacally. Now, at this point on the trip, we had just lit a joint, was passing it around when I realized that something really weird was happening because they were all in the left lane and all in a dead line, and all of these vehicles are running over 100. So I'd put out the joint, and after about 200 went by, I went, "They're not after us. Give me that joint back. They're not going to pull us over for nothing." I have no idea what's going on in Mississippi, but it is fucking serious. Right? And I have never looked at Alabama or Mississippi quite the same since. Now, I found out later what had actually happened. There had been something of a hospital / jailbreak where some folks had taken a bus and all the people had gotten out and run away, and some of them were mental patients and some of them were prisoners. And most of the prisoners had been picked up, but almost all the mental patients were gone. And I am almost positive, that dude I ran into in that Alabama bathroom was one of those mental patients that had made it that far.
And you should have gone on a crime spree right then. You missed a golden opportunity.
Right? I could have probably robbed every bank in the county and they wouldn't.
You could have gone and robbed the police station for their guns and the evidence locker.
Not to mention whatever else was in there.
Yeah. The evidence locker, probably not much.
Sasquatch disavows.
Once the case is closed out, they generally, whatever was in the evidence locker hits the streets again.
Hello, Swiss.
Oh, welcome in, Swizz, miss. Did you take you a nap and get up, or you still ain't been to bed yet?
I don't know. All right, I think I need some more coffee to wake up.
All right, bud. You do that thing. Enjoy it.
Good idea.
Gonna have to poop soon.
Definitely.
Don't smoke a cigarette with it. That'll be the end of you.
Coffee and a cigarette, dude. That's breakfast.
Then you're trying to figure out if you can finish this cigarette or if you. I don't drink coffee really much anymore at all. I don't like
cigarette, coffee. I'll do it both. It'd be fine. I used to do meth. We're good.
No, I just don't like hot drinks.
I think the coffee would be fine. Let me tell you a weird thing that happens to me in the mornings. If I wake up in the morning, drink a cup of coffee, and anything causes me to cough at all, anything at all, it can be a bit of smoke. It can be a weird breeze catching my nose just wrong, and I cough right after I drink coffee, I will barf. In almost every case, it'll be and then rark because it's hot.
That's I don't know. That sounds unpleasant. That's just a good reason
It's
not to
very
drink coffee.
It's
You should
very
switch to energy drinks. I don't normally tell people that. It's not normally good advice.
Almost all energy drinks are
You
red,
gotta
dude.
listen to your body a little bit.
I hear you. And let me tell you what I don't do. I don't wake up in the morning, drink a cup of coffee, and rip on a vape. I don't wake up in the morning, drink a cup of coffee, and rip on a joint. I don't smoke blunts first thing in the morning. I don't do none of that stuff. Anything that has ever triggered it, I don't do that.
Oh, vapes will trigger that?
Yeah, if it makes me cough real hard, it's just that my stomach's empty and I drink coffee and then I cough and it's just liquid. It's just like, but of course, once it gets started, it don't always end so easy.
I don't really drink hot drinks anymore either. Just not a fan of them.
I'm my mother's son. I will drink coffee in the desert, 104 degrees. I'll stand there with a hot cup of coffee. So what are you going to do today?
That's how my dad is. What time is it? Midnight? I'll have a cup of coffee. Dad, you've already got an old cup of coffee sitting in the microwave you forgot about. You got coffee cups all over the place.
Right? I do too.
Put another scoop of grounds on top of the old grounds and
oh my God. Dude, my dad. All right. So my dad loves the worst coffee you have ever freaking tasted. The most heinous brew you come across, he will enjoy. Wet socks work for him. And I'm not joking. My man, for a while, because he got upset with his little 4-pot coffee maker, he decided screw that and went and got him one of those porcelain stovetop jobs that just permanently percolates forever until you run out of water. Homie would just walk in, dump another pile of grounds in on top of the percolating filter thingy, and add water to the burn ass coffee in the bottom as if that's okay, as if that's how you drink coffee. And I'm like, dear God, man, stop it. Like every time I go over there, I don't even break stride. I walk straight through the door, pick that thing up, dump it out, clean everything out, wash the damn thing. Like, got to scrape the chunks out of the bottom of it. I'm like, don't drink, stop, just stop it.
It's burnt on like the bottom of the bubble.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're exactly, you can't even tell the motherfucker's percolating at all except it's vibrating. Yes. Accurate.
A couple times I've seen my dad take a 5-hour energy and pour it into his drink like he's making a Boilermaker with caffeine. And I know that's disgusting. He drinks black coffee and like berry flavored 5-hour energies together. That's not a drink anybody wants.
It's almost as bad as coffee and spaghetti.
I also seen him because for a while his doctor told him to like eat yogurt or something. And so he doesn't like yogurt though. So you get those little like drinkable Danimals things.
Right.
Caught him at like 6 in the morning. He's like chasing it with a Coors Light, like trying to get ready for it. I'm like, Dad, it's a little early to be drinking.
I think he might be missing the spirit of what this is for. Alcohol and yogurt is not going to work to help your upon. The reason he has intestinal issues is because of the alcohol.
I don't think he was expecting to get caught because normally everyone's still asleep at that time, and that's normally true. But I was just coming in, and he was just getting up.
Woof. Yeah, no, it's something I do. And another thing I did a few months ago, actually, shit, it's probably been 2 years ago now. When we moved in over here, there was exactly the same model of coffee pot that he had just trashed not too long before was sitting in a cabinet over here in my wife's grandmother's house. So when we got the house and had to clean everything out, I walked in and just set it back right where the previous one had been, plugged it up, washed everything, and set it down. My pops wakes up from his nap, walks in, sits down, grabs the carafe, fills it up, puts water in the back, dumps some grounds in it, hits the button, goes back to sitting there talking. Drinks an entire cup of coffee and is getting his second one when it suddenly occurs to him, wait a second, I thought I threw that son of a bitch away. Yeah, I found another one straight out of 1986. Can you believe it? Spider bites are tough. I got one. Check this out. So I went on a vacation with my wife to the beach house one year, and to finance this trip,
Where's the beach house?
Edisto Island, we had gathered like a half a ton of aluminum cans. And we took them up there, and we got the $400 and whatever it was.
And you were pissed off because it was like half of what you thought it should be.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes. So while I'm doing this stuff, I got stung by a wasp on my shoulder. So we go to the beach, we get everything squared away as far as food and everything, and we get a couple of, like, a case of beer and a couple of handles of liquor, and we go back to the place, and I proceed to get absolutely verschnickered. Dude, I got smashed. And I don't do this often, but at the beach sometimes I will do this. I will go to bed after taking a shot and wake up the next morning, take a shot straight out of bed. It's the only place I do this. I don't do this otherwise, right? So
we believe you.
I got drunk as hell the night before, no sun, and the next day I woke up and I had this big ass red knot on my arm where that wasp had stung me, and I'm still tanked pretty good. And I went downstairs, took me a shot, and then slathered up in sunblock, and we went out for an afternoon on the beach. Half the day out there, come back in, and I'm a little sunburned across a little spot on my shoulder where I'd missed putting some stuff on. But from that red knot all the way up my arm, all the way onto my chest, there is a bright red line. I mean, just as straight as an arrow. And I am smashed by now, dude. I've been shooting shots in the hot sun all day on the beach. I'm making no sense. I'm completely unreasonable. I'm just like, no, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. There's a perfectly regular explanation for this. I'm sure I'll come up with it soon. Everybody freaks out. They're like, it's clearly blood poison or some shit. What the fuck was it? I was like, I got stung by wasps. It's no big deal. Well, you must be allergic. It's not. Can't be. No, it's fine. We go to the clinic. They check it out and determine that it's fine. I don't know why your skin is red right there, but it's fine. Next morning, I wake up and it hits me immediately why the skin was red right there. It was sore, so I didn't rub on it, which means I didn't put any sunblock on it. I had a sunburn straight up my shoulder and across my chest where I just had not touched it because I missed the spot here and there, but didn't put it on there. So I had this tiny little red spot and then a big round red spot around it from the sunburn. It looked weird.
And the moral of the story is make sure you use sunblock all over.
I don't ever do that. I don't ever use, well, sometimes my girlfriend makes me. But normally I just get it out of the way. It's like I get one burn and it's terrible, and then I'm fine after that.
Right. I have to put on a couple of birds. I got to do it twice. Right. I got to go and get that first light crisp where I wear sunblock and it's like all day, but keeping on the sunblock, and I'll get a little bit of a burn, wait 48 hours, and I can go out with a light sunblock. I'm good. I'll just turn dark like walnut. I will look like the imaginary beach bum that you hear about from the Jimmy Buffett albums. Just as dark as you can imagine.
There's some part of my intuition that just knows, and like, you know, sometime in during my lifetime, they're going to come out with, you know, oh my God, sunblock causes cancer or some shit like that, right? Like
titanium dioxide, maybe it certainly does.
Has it already happened? I don't know. I just know that rubbing chemicals into your skin is typically not worked out well for people.
Historically speaking, that's the Romans used to use lead.
You see?
And,
yeah, and I know I've seen commercials where they like spray DDT on people, you know, because it's that safe.
Right. You ever seen The Naked Lunch?
No.
All right, so there's this scene in The Naked Lunch. Dude works for a bug killing company, and they use a mixture of like opium and nicotine, or it's like heroin and nicotine as their bug killing agent.
Man, and those are lucky bugs.
No, it's very effective because, you know, they get addicted to it. They come immediately back to the source and overdose. If the heroin doesn't get them, the nicotine does.
That's a let's unpack
So
that one.
the whole movie is about this guy who gets addicted to his bug killer and all the wild hallucinations he has from it. There's this one
What's
scene
it
where
called?
Tiger turns into a asshole.
What?
The Naked Lunch, dude. If you got 2 hours to fucking kill, go watch that movie immediately. The Naked Lunch. Oh my god, it's hilarious.
So Flo's just double checking to see where he can get hold of it.
Popping it open on a search tab now, so
it's very disturbing. It's a very disturbing movie.
It's based off a novel.
Yeah, it is. The novel's downright Kafka-esque. I saw the movie and I went and read the novel and was just like, I don't understand anything more. It didn't help. It confused me more. Oh, it was amazing. It's an amazing movie. For those of you who like such things.
I like such things. It seems like it's a deep metaphor, though, for like...
It is. There's a bunch of metaphors in there, and one of them is actually the physical method of the movie making used to make that movie uses all practical old school type effects that are like puppets and people with like rods and strings and stuff. It's an amazing movie. It really is.
Is there claymation in it?
I don't know if I quite go that far, but if there is, I wouldn't be surprised a bit. It would not even raise my eyebrows.
I dislike claymation. Shit creeps me the fuck out.
I sometimes get moonburn.
Shut up.
Just so white, dude.
Did you know that moonlight is cold?
Theoretical.
No, it's not
light without heat.
It's colder in moonlight than in shade from moonlight.
Light without heat. It's right up there with perpetual motion.
Well,
maybe that's the reason why I like the night so much, because it's cooler.
Absolutely.
Yeah, agree. And because all the weirdos are out and all the normies are gone.
Ginger life.
Well, that's the time to go out filming, isn't it? Really, in the moonlight.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a cop watcher, you definitely want to get out there.
Or if you're just looking through windows, it's a great time to look at people's windows and film. You should check out my other channel, not Flow State, the other one.
He finds victims.
The Window Bandit.
A Grim Reaper, dude. Like, Hobie takes that shit seriously.
Watching you sleep.
You too.
I'd be the one on the sidewalk turning around and saying, carry on filming, it's fine, don't worry. You're next on the list. The coppers will turn up.
It's like the living representation of a Terry Pratchett character to me.
Yeah, it sounds to me as if you're doing your best to try and change my mind about coming over to America next year. Sorry, it's paid for.
Nah, dude, bring your ass. Pump the positivity. I'll hook you up with several guns. We'll shoot them all. It'll be great.
I'm not going anywhere near where you are. Sorry. I'm going to a little place called Massachusetts.
That's close enough. They don't have guns there. You got to go to Georgia.
Yeah, I believe so.
If you really want the good guns, go to Kentucky. They have fully automatic weapons day.
Maybe the year after I will go to an area where I can get access to a gun and go shooting. I mean, I can do that over in Massachusetts, but
you got to. I guarantee it.
Yeah, you've got to pay about $150, I think it is, for the day, and you've got to have somebody with you who has a license.
Yeah, no, screw all that shit. My pops has a range out at his house. It's private.
Yeah,
we'll lay out the whole spread, whatever he happens to have in stock currently.
Yeah, but you see, if I went to visit you, right, I wouldn't survive because either the alcohol will get me or the dope will get me, or even a copper because I'm being nice.
You have choices. Oh no, you're not going to have to worry about the cops here. We have good cops here. I know that sounds nuts.
What the fuck is that?
I hear what you're saying, but we have a sheriff who would never in a million years allow anything anyone did in his department interfere with him being a cop. So they do cop things and nothing else.
Like shoot your dog.
Yeah, none of that shit's happened since he become sheriff. Like, I kind of figured it would just be business as usual after that, but nope, he dispensed with half the department almost immediately. And it
In
wasn't
my
just like
opinion,
the old
even
ones or
clean-
the young ones. It was those people.
Even straight cops are still committing human rights violations, in my opinion.
Okay, and I'll give you that. But what I'm saying is I don't have the problem of cops hunting me down and trying to bang schwangle things on me or throwing charges at me and stuff. I've had that experience before, and it was no fun.
It does suck.
It sucks. It sucks when you're standing in front of the judge and he reads out 19 felonious charges that you have no idea how got stuck on your record. You're like,
Dude, did I tell you about when I went and bonded myself out last weekend?
hey, Auntie Jack, good to see you, bud. No, go ahead.
So, I got a speeding ticket, and oh yeah, you were there. So I missed my court date for the speeding ticket. No, you weren't there. Okay. After the time I got pulled over, like that Monday after, I went to take care of a warrant I had for missing a court date for a speeding ticket. And I go down, and they got to book you all the way in and then bond you all the way out. So I went down with my 500.
Welcome in. Good to see you, Jordan. Or Wagner or Wagner?
With my little 500.
Sorry, Flo.
You're good. What?
You're in mid sentence.
Oh, okay. Anyways, I went down with my little $500, and they booked me all the way in and put me in a holding cell, and it's taken them too long to bond me out. And like 20 minutes later, the deputy comes in and he's like, "We got warrants coming in for you from all over the place." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He's like, "Well, you got one out of Wyandotte, you got two out of Jackson County. Those are full extradition warrants, which means there's no bond. They come pick me up."
Yeah, they're gonna hook your ass up and take you in the very next time they stumble across you.
Right. And so I'm like laying in there freaking out, going, "Well, fuck my life. I don't know what the hell this is about." And then about 20 minutes after that, the same cop comes back. He goes, "Good news. We were looking at the wrong guy."
I got one of those.
I'm like, dude, I just about had a heart. But the first warrant, because he was right about the first one, right? I do have a warrant out of Wyandotte. So when he said the other ones he was wrong about, I thought, holy fuck, that is me.
Right.
What is it for?
Yeah, I got
I'm
you.
going to prison. I've already got priors.
I was at work one day at a window factory over here in Wrightsville, and just a normal random freaking Tuesday when I get snatched up out from the owner of the company showed up, tapped me on the shoulder, was like, "Hey, I need to see you up here in the conference room." I'm like, "Shit, obviously I'm fired, right? This is
Right.
oddly really am not getting a promotion in this shit can, so it's definitely a firing situation." But I get there and there's two guys there, and they want to know if I'm this person here. And I glanced over at the stuff and I said that appears to be accurate, at a glance, because he only showed it to me for a second, and I was like, "That's my name." And I sat down at the table and they started asking me questions, and I couldn't answer any of their questions because I had no idea what the hell they were talking about. And after about 30 minutes of going back and forth and me getting more and more nervous because they're talking more and more charges and court dates that I was supposed to have been at and missed, and how they had me on a skip trace bond and yada, yada, yada. And I said, "Oh, whoa. Can I see that sheet again?" And they showed it to me, and they were after a 52-year-old man with a name very similar to mine. At the time, I was about 25. And I was like, "This is not me." And they said, "Well, you just said it was you." I said, "No, My name is this, my middle initial is this, but that's not my middle name. This is someone else you're looking for. We can go get in the car, go wherever the hell you want to go to clear this up. But you got the wrong guy. Okay. So do you want to go deal with this? I'll get right in the car. We don't have to do none of that damn handcuff bullshit. We can just go. We can just go. And they're like, no, you're going to have to put on the handcuffs. And I pulled out my ID and set it down on the table, slid it across. I said, now I want you to make this and that make sense. I will voluntarily go with you if you can make this and that the same thing. And they sat there and talked to each other and called people on their cell phones. And I sat there about an hour smoking cigarettes, waiting patiently. And finally they were like, well, we apologize, walked out. I got a day's pay.
Nice.
Right.
All that, you still lose money for being innocent.
Fucked.
Hey, it could have been a lot more. People have lost a lot more being innocent.
You're right. You're not wrong, and I should thank my pretty blessings, but I don't think an officer just barely doing his fucking job deserves a commendation.
No,
Above
but
and
there's no
beyond
recourse.
Yes. If you do something amazing, if you whatever it is, fine. I have no issues with giving people who deserve commendations. My issue is with 10 years on the force commendation. Congratulations, you survived your choice of job experiences,
Which is not particularly dangerous, by the way.
I mean, it can be, but generally,
statistically, it's less dangerous than a truck driver. So the most dangerous part of being a cop is driving. It ain't dangerous.
It's only dangerous if you're on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah, like damn Brits, man. Why would you do that silly shit?
Wasn't us.
Fuck's
Wasn't
wrong
us.
with
Don't you start. I've got to learn how to drive on the wrong side of the road.
I thought y'all were right-handed too. Left-handed when you're driving. That is so weird to me. Is it so that you can hold your drink in your right hand?
Well, you have a problem because the steering wheel is on the right-hand side, you know.
It makes okay.
I mean, the thing is, I'm right-handed, so to me, driving a right-handed car would make perfect sense. However, that isn't the case. So you learn to operate a car with your left hand rather than with your right hand.
I'm not sure I could shift a manual transmission with my left hand.
It's weird. When I say weird, it's not weird because you just do it automatically.
Sure.
Luckily, they don't make that anymore.
I went to get a different car a few years ago, and the only thing that I could get hold of was an automatic, and I thought, Jesus, that's a lazy man's car, that. And it is. It's great. The only thing I've got to do is steer.
Andrew, are you legit ambidextrous? I can do a lot of things left-handed because I took the time to learn to do them left-handed. Because I had to. The job required that it was easier to do them left-handed, so I learned to do them that way. Some things I learned to do left-handed because I watched someone who was left-handed do it. And so that's how I learned to do it.
That makes sense.
Right? Yeah. So, and then other things I can't do left-handed. Like I can throw, but not accurately or well. My stylist, the chick that does my hair, is an ambidextrous stylist. She carries 2 pairs of scissors. And there is nothing more heinous than sitting there with this chick and then she switches hands. And something in your soul goes, people don't do that. That's not a person. Get out, run. It gets scary for some reason.
A reprogrammed droid.
Right.
That's what it is. With both hands.
She might be, man. She's a weird one. If she gets stay out of jail long enough, I'd get her to trim my hair up and do my beard.
Hang on, you're the one calling somebody else weird? Doesn't make sense.
Boy. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah, so being a cop doesn't even make the top 25 most dangerous jobs.
She is what we call a strange duck.
I was just about to say, while Flo's up here, I've been watching some of your stuff. I do actually like it.
Appreciate
doing
it.
well.
Thank you.
It's not often I get a chance to compliment people on the stuff that they do. There's too much hatred going on against people standing up for their rights. And I think the question is how you do it, what's acceptable. You know, going all guns blazing, pardon the pun, having a go at state officials or officials. To me, if you're nice with them and they lose the rag, well, that's their problem, not yours. You know, and I've seen people who just, I mean, over here we've got people who they say that they're auditors, but I think they're more like bloggers, to be honest. But they go out deliberately to cause mayhem, you know. And when you're visiting, say, a private workplace and you're on public property recording, that's fine. But be a little bit nicer when people start saying to you, you know, well, I don't want you recording here because that's all right, that's fine, you know, but anything that I can see, I can record. If you want to create privacy, that's that's down to you.
Have you checked out Joe Cool's channel?
Whose channel?
Joe Cool. He's this big, huge, crack-headed black guy.
Yeah. I know Joe.
He is super sweet and courteous all the way up until they give a directive, and then it's like 0 to 1,000.
Yeah,
motherfucker, I don't give a god.
A little bit of PTSD or something comes out of him.
Dude, I don't know what that is, but it's absolutely amazing. And one of my favorite things, he reminds me of the Black Sheriff from Blazing Saddles, because there's that first day in town when he walks around and he's so sweet to everybody, and he talks to the old lady and she's like, up yours, you know.
Yeah, Joe Cool.
Joe, I swear he channels that man when he's doing that stuff. It's beautiful. He's so sweet too.
Yeah, I don't do any auditing at all. I would like to do something like that, but I've got too much legal stuff already.
Well, that's one of the things I ask people who are talking about becoming auditors, when they're like, okay, well, you know, I've got all my equipment together and I was thinking about going out, you know, in a couple of weeks. And I'm like, what's the name of your lawyer?
They're right.
Oh, I haven't got a lawyer yet. Stop immediately what you're doing. Pawn all the shit that you bought to be an auditor and retain a lawyer and use your iPhone.
Yes, exactly. You need to have a retainer and you need to have bond money set aside. Preferably know a bondsman. Because no, I have the best one out of Wichita. If anybody ever gets arrested in Wichita, I got you.
All right.
This dude's the shit.
Listeners, make a note. If I get arrested in Wichita,
First time I met him, he drove an hour and a half to where I was in jail on a Sunday to spring me out when I didn't have cash on me. Obviously, I'm in jail. He comes there. He goes, "Do you have money?" I go, "Well, in the bank. It's Sunday. I can write you a check."
I appreciate you taking your time and coming by and seeing me. Much appreciation.
Good night, Swizmiz.
Good night, Swizz.
He popped me out on a promise, took me to my house, helped me break into my house, and then let me write him a personal check on a Sunday morning. First time I ever met him. That dude's the shit.
Cool. That's cool beans, dude.
I think American auditors, they do need, I agree totally, the first thing you need is a decent lawyer that's on hand, because from what I've seen, even the nice auditors can get arrested, you know, because you come across a dumbass copper who just wants to get you make the arrest. It's almost as if they're on a bonus. I mean, over here, if you get arrested, it's no great deal. You don't normally have to put any money up or anything like that. You get bailed with certain. No, it's not the same. The decision is whether or not you're allowed out under your own reconnaissance, or you are given very light bail conditions. But it depends on what they're investigating. But I mean, if it's an auditor that gets arrested, what they tend to do is to, if they start shouting or anything like that, they say, "Oh, the invisible person could have been offended, so we're going to charge you with public order." And that's just to get you off the streets. But there's a strong argument that the police shouldn't be offended over anything.
Well, they should be above it. If they're entrusted with that much authority, then they should have higher standards of behavior than the general public.
I mean, they're going to get called all the names under the sun anyway because of the job. It's as simple as that. So why get told or why get arrested for telling the copper to F off? Oh, hang on, we don't have freedom of speech. And that's the problem. Over in the States, you do have freedom of speech, and I think that more people should practice it because it's your right. It's written in stone. It's like it can't be taken away from you. You're born with it, so use it.
Exactly. It's granted by the Creator or myself. It cannot be given.
It can be punished, though.
It can be taken.
I don't know. I think. I mean, over in America, everything costs money. So if you got the money to defend yourself, you're all right.
Yeah,
I suppose.
All right, hold up. Let me have a few minutes here because we're fixing to drop off of YouTube. We're going to go backstage and say whatever the fuck we want. How about them apples? You like that?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So I'm going to redo my intro for the night because I love the freaking song so very, very much. And it's going to be a little something like this. I'm going to drop y'all backstage right quick. I appreciate everybody who come by to watch this one. I know it's been a bit of a long row. I'm going to try to do some more like this. And I got a few other ideas floating around in the back screen that I haven't actually pulled the trigger on yet, but we'll try to get to it. It's not working right. Can you believe that? That I have failed to do this correctly? Oh dear. What do we do now? Oh wow, he just put up a new one. Have you ever seen Cocaine by Credence? We're doing that one. Hold up. You gotta see this. Oh no, we're not doing that one tonight. We can't do that one. Sorry. That's a straight block and I'm familiar with it. Where's it at? I want the Cocaine Blues song. Screw it. Doing.
Do you think you're ready? Can you handle the truth?